like to introduce first Sydney Reddick. She's from the Office of Secretary of Natural Resources, Cherokee Nation. Sydney.
The wrong time. Anyways, as you've heard, I'm Sydney Reddick. I'm the Chief Administrator in the Office of the Secretary of Natural Resources of Cherokee Nation. And first off, I just want to say thank you for giving our office the opportunity to welcome you not only to the Oklahoma Recycling Association 2024 conference, but also to Cherokee Nation Restoration. So for those of you who are not from here, welcome to Cherokee Nation and welcome to the conference. So our office has quite a few departments within and quite a few programs and initiatives that are operated by those departments as well. The one that you, this crowd, might be most familiar with is our environmental programs departments. Some of our staff are over there today. Day 2 environmental programs, shopping. They do so many things: air monitoring, clean water monitoring, underground storage tank inspections, environmental assessments, e-waste recycling, hazardous waste collection events, environmental festivals for schools, other kind of outreach programs, and generally make sure that what we do in our office and at the tribe is environmental and sustainable, responsible way. We do have other departments as well. We have yes, I can. But we do have other departments as well. We have our solid waste management department, which manages our landfill. We have our geodata department, which does all mapping for Cherokee Nation. We have our tribal preservation office, which protects cultural resources. Our ethnobiology program, which operates our seed bank and our urban garden. We have an administrative arm for finance, which keeps us running, thanks to them. We have another administrative support team that solely focuses on grants and special projects, which span a wide variety of natural resources related topics. We have land management and agriculture, and we have wildlife conservation. So we have so many departments and programs and initiatives. With so many people doing so many different things and performing so many different functions, it's really important to have a defining connection, a goal that is shared between all of those pieces so that we can all move together in the right direction together. And we do, which is reassuring. And that goal is really simply just to protect and preserve the resources that we are fortunate enough to have. And that looks a little bit different for all of our departments, and we do it lots of different ways that come out from there's a lot of different programs and initiatives. But at the end of the day, that's what we're here to do: protect and preserve what we have, be good stewards of the environment and of our resources so that they can be enjoyed by, used by the next set of generations after us, and hopefully the next set of generations after them and after them, and so on. So that's really, that's what we do. And I believe really passionately in that goal and that mission of our department and I guess of our office and department. And I know that our staff believe really firmly in that goal as well. And so coming from that space in my work, right, it's a lot of my life. I've worked a lot of all of our lives. And so coming from that space and being able to come to this conference and seeing people such as yourselves in attendance, it's really heartwarming for me because I feel like I'm looking into a crowd of people who share similar goals. If you are a similar opinion, that it is our shared responsibility to be good stewards of what we have and to share the responsibility and collaboration so we can all work together toward that shared goal. Because at the end of the day, right, I'm Cherokee and some of you are Cherokee and probably most of you are Oklahomans, but we are very certainly all humans and we are very certainly all sharing a singular place called Earth. And it is again heartwarming to see that other people view this as shared space, it's also shared responsibility. And I saw the agenda today, there are so many great presentations and so many informative presentations and discussions that are going to happen. And I love that our staff gets to attend and bring what they learned back to our office so that we can implement ever better, ever more efficient, ever more effective programs so that we can, again, be good stewards of our resources and for the benefit, of shared benefit, not only of Cherokee citizens, but of Oklahomans and ultimately the humans at large. And it sounds really big and a little goofy, you know, when you put it on that scale, but that's really what it is. We're all here together, and I am glad that you are all here together in Cherokee Nation with a like-minded goal. So I know I had 10 minutes, but I would love to yield my time back to the conference so that you guys can get started on your agenda, get learning really cool stuff, bring back really cool ideas to your respective tribes, organizations, municipalities, governments, so that we can all move forward together in a good way for the environment and for the way that we all share. Thank you very much.
So you got away from me, you get it once back.
Oh, yay.
Yes, you did. Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Megan Waters, and I'm the president of OKRA currently, and the MC for today, so you have to put up with me quite a bit. Now, just for housekeeping, is this not gorgeous that you can see the lake from three sides of this room? It's gorgeous. I love this. And a pretty reason that the sun is shining and just you cannot find spots at your table. Reach up there. There's hangers on each of those curtains, just pull a little shut if you need to. If it's just absolutely, I see a couple tables that are going to have that, maybe a thing with this. We can live with that. We certainly can. Again, we're really glad you're here. You don't have to hold down the back pew. If you want to do that, you're welcome to. But I'm not going to make you. I'm not going to make you do it, Ellen. I know it. Let me tell you a little about the Oklahoma Recycling Association. If it's new to you, we call it OKRA. I usually get some laughs from people when I'm out in the community and I talk about that. But OKRA, that's such an Oklahoma thing. How could we not embrace that? How could we not? OKRA was established to improve recycling in Oklahoma by encouraging waste reduction, reuse, and best management practices through education, information, and networking. I really like that networking part too. OKRA's vision is to serve as the premier recycling point for communications among businesses and citizens. Our conference theme this year, Clean Future, Green Communities, Collaborating for Sustainable Solutions. Collaborating for Sustainable Solutions, I like that a lot. Now, before we welcome our first speaker, I would like to thank the OKRA board for all the work they do on our top committees and work groups. Their contact information will be in your program. The OKRA board, and if you will, if you're here, please stand so people can recognize you. Michael Barton, Zach Benedict, Crystal Bennett, Kara Hurst, Kima Borshra, Tracy Horst, Sarah Ivy, Chris Knight, Trudy Logan, Bob Masterson, Michael Patton, Eric Pollard, Jerry Schubert, Amanda Schofield, Brett Scoville, Paul Streets, and myself. What, nobody's here?
That's really fast. They were.
Oh, it was a wave. It was a wave. Oh, there we go. It was a wave. That's our OKRA board. And really would like to help and say thank you to the OKRA Technical Council. I'm no help to them, but I would like to say thank you to them. This group helps OKRA answer questions by sharing the recycling expertise and connections. And we really appreciate all of these people. Again, if you want to do the wave, you're welcome to. We would love to see you as well. Kelly Dillow, Kat Ecker, Matt Faulkner, Chris Feeney, Bryce Halsey, Michelle Loudenbeck. Are we just waved out there? Julie Mayer, I'm sorry, Julie, she waved. Jeanette Nance, Robert Pickens, Tracy Phillips, she waved. I'm sorry, back there. Ben Rude, Bobby Schultz, Gardner Smith, and Larry Wright. Those are our technical council. If you're a member, if you are a member and interested in serving on the technical council, please contact us at info@recycleok.org. I'm sure it's on there, or you can let Ellen know. Ellen, our executive director right there, she takes care of everything and does never get enough attention from that, so thank you, Ellen. Contact information for the OKRA Technical Council is listed in the program. If you're on the OKRA Technical Council, we've got a few ways. That's what we get. Also want to recognize the conference committee. If you are a member of the conference committee, and those are the folks that are working very hard to make, year-round, this committee meets year-round to get ready for this conference every year. So if you're on the conference committee, would you please stand? Yep, all the way up. There you go. Everybody just for making all of this possible for all of us. Next, I would like to thank the 2024 sponsors of this year's conference. Without them, we could not provide this educational and networking opportunity. Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality. And if you're here, you are welcome to do the WAVE thing. Chickasaw Nation. Oklahoma Compost and Sustainability Association, OKASA. Backliner Recycling. Backliners brought you the notepads on the table as well. Cherokee Nation. Re-Rig Pacific. Keep Oklahoma Beautiful. Cox Conserves. American Waste Control. Choctaw Nation. Indian Nations Chapter Swana. Natural Evolutions. RAM Products. River City Hydraulics. J&R Equipment. Echo Wood Solutions, and Oklahoma Cooperative Extension Service. Let's give them all a hand. Absolutely, we could not have it without you. We could not have it without you. And we would like to recognize the following. For any speakers, I will say this, any speakers, make yourself comfortable with the microphone. If you want to remove it, you want to move this thing around, you can do it. You can do it, make it comfortable. We want to recognize and thank the following sponsors and people for the wonderful food at the cookout last night. If you missed out, you really missed out. Chris Casey from Chapel Supply and Equipment, thank you very much for doing a lot of the cooking. Chris Knight, River City Hydraulics, and Jeanette Nance, Rambling Wood Event Consulting. We had a wonderful time. That was some good food. Thank you all very much. And before my playing, I'm a cheerer, not a player, so that went on. And thanks to the Fertile Ground Cooperative and Ophelia Oka, did I get that wrong? Probably, for making a zero waste event. Enjoyed that too. And we're doing that again today. So right back there, follow the instructions on the Fertile Ground carts back there, so you know what you're recycling and what you're composting. Okay. The cornhole tournament winners, help me out, Ellen. Oh, who won, Jared? Chris. And Kat?
Chris Knight.
Chris Knight and Kat Ecker?
No, Kat Schubert.
Kat Schubert, forgive me. We got a couple different cat folks in the house. Y'all stand up if you're the cornhole winners. We're missing both of them?
Kat's working.
Okay, she's working. She's working
At
right there.
registration. So tell her congratulations when you...
Please do. Please do. I admire that. If you weren't there, you missed out. We had a lot of fun. We did. Now, for a few, a little bonus information at registration, you should have gotten a card. I'm not holding up my card. Ella's going to hold up her card. She's got it over there. I know she does. She's scrambling for it. Julie's got one. If you didn't get a card, that's your bingo card. All right? This is your card, and if you get each square initial, you will be eligible for a $100 gift card. I don't know about you, but I can always use that. Most of the OKRA board members will have on a polo like the one I'm wearing. Don't forget to get their signature too. You're looking for, I think there's a square on there that says a OKRA board member, and I autograph happily. Sure will. Turn your card into registration when you got to complete. The registration where you got your necklace. So if you didn't get your necklace, you can visit back there and get one whenever you feel like it. And as you probably know, the exhibitors are upstairs or around the corner upstairs in the Cedar Room. Refreshments will also be in the Cedar Room. There'll be a break this morning so you can start working on your cards because you don't want to miss out on all of that. There are restrooms straight through the double doors, right straight behind you, in front of me. Past the double doors, back of the room. If you need, there's about 6 steps, so if you need an ADA restroom, There is one for you in the lobby. Just head back toward the front desk. Don't forget that if you stayed here last night, checkout is at 11. I need to get I got my stuff out. I need to get my card out of my pocket and hand that up. So that'll be coming up. That's what I'm going to be doing on my first break. Also, as a participant in this conference, Sequoia State Lodge offers free parking. To get this, you must register your vehicle at the front desk. Otherwise, you could end up with a ticket. I do the yearly. You can buy a yearly pass with the Oakland State Parks, and I like supporting the parks that way. It's not a brag, it's just so you know that exists, you can do that too. If you're interested, there are OKRA t-shirts for sale at the registration desk. We have 2 designs, our traditional 3R design and a brand new design as well. So check those out, we have a bunch of colors and sizes, and happy to sell you a t-shirt. The lovely table decorations you see in our succulents here are available to take home after the conference. We're asking for a donation of a minimum of $5 each. Amanda, thank you as always. Amanda Schofield, Pat Ecker, and Sarah Ivy made these. And I think they're gorgeous. I'm not actually going to keep those. After the break this afternoon, we would like you to turn in your name bag, or your name card badge, your necklace. Turn those back in registration. We, of course, recycle those for next year. There will be a drawing for a $100 Visa gift card at the end of last session, and you must be present to win. So we'll give you money to return your stuff. That's pretty good. I like that one too. Now, is everybody ready to get started?
Yes.
We're going to get started. Let's begin to hear about businesses, communities, and programs that are making a difference in Oklahoma. Our keynote speaker today, Mr. Chaz Miller. Chaz is a native of Oklahoma. He's from Bartlesville and a proud Sooner. He is a familiar face to us because of his strong support of our organization. Not only at conferences, but around the year. Chaz Miller worked in recycling and waste in the U.S. EPA and Glass Packaging Institute and the National Waste and Recycling Association. He is an ex officio member of the board of the Northeast Recycling Council and a member of the Maryland Recycling Coalition Board. Chaz chaired the Montgomery County, Maryland Aiming for Zero Waste Task Force. He is a recipient of the National Recycling Coalition Lifetime Achievement Award.
Wow.
Happily semi-retired, he writes a blog for Waste 360, prepares a monthly analysis of curbside recycling markets as chair of the NERC Recycling Markets Committee, and speaks at conferences about marketing, markets, and recycling. He chairs the Maryland Recycling Network Legislative Committee, testifying 9 times in Annapolis during the most recent legislative session. That's semi-retired. I'm afraid to retire now. So Chaz Miller, please come on up.
Thank you. It's always a delight to be back in Oklahoma. Jump at the opportunities. I still have family in the state, and I love being here. It's such a beautiful facility and location. This weather, like you just can't ask for anything better. So what I'm going to talk about today, recycling works to tell the story. Just, you've worked hard. Put all your recyclables out on the curbside, carefully sorted. Then you go back into the house, and maybe that night you're watching TV, you see a story that recycling doesn't work. It's all going to the landfill. But you read that online somewhere. It's very frustrating. You just wasted all that time. And it's very frustrating to you all because your efforts are now being undermined by bad information, by misinformation. And unfortunately, the press lately over the last couple of years has just been right with anti-recycling stories. We've sort of become a punching bag for people with a chip on their shoulder and who just say we're all wasting our time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at how 3 of what I call lies, damn lies, and statistics and how they're inaccurate. And then I'm going to tell you how one state recycling organization got back. Now, the first law, our recyclables are landfill. Well, let's think about it. This comes out of where I live now in Montgomery County, Maryland. We have a dual stream program. So you have a big bin for paper, because we have a lot of boxes from e-commerce, and we still have the Washington Post, still has a lot of subscribers. We have the smaller bin for mixed containers, and then we have the bag for yard waste. Dual stream. And all those materials are raw materials looking for a buyer. That's all they are. And that buyer wants consistent quality, because they are raw materials, and they want consistent quality. And people will pay an acceptable price for that. So let's look at them and see where they go. Aluminum cans. Aluminum cans happen to be sort of the perfect symbol for circularity, if you will, because the only thing you can use to make out of an aluminum can is, for all practical purposes, another aluminum can. Can to can to can until entropy eventually ends it all. But it's a total circular problem. Steel cans, they happen to be just the opposite. Now, steel cans go to what's called an electric arc furnace. It's a relatively new way to make steel products. And it was built to use scrap. And so steel cans, along with any kind of steel cans, will go to an electric arc furnace, and they'll make whatever steel product is being made that day. Now, I happen to hope, and maybe 5 or 10 years from now, one of my steel cans will end up in the New Key Bridge in Baltimore, because I think that's a great use of it. It may not be circular, but it is recycled, and it's a great use. What about glass bottles? Okay, if you're in a deposit state, or if you're in a lot of dual stream programs, including the one I participated in, you can get those back into bottles. They can be color sorted and they can be made back into bottles. It's harder with dual stream, but it can happen. More likely though, it's going to become glass color. Color is just a word, it's actually a French word for broken glass. Mixed color, and that can become fiberglass. It's the biggest user of that color, is fiberglass. And it can also become all kinds of specialty products. It can become aggregate in construction. It can become the little thing that makes a match work. It become the beads and reflective paint that make paint reflective. There's a lot of uses for glass color. Consider corrugated boxes, also known as cardboard boxes. And that's largely, it's generally the biggest thing out there in those recycling bins. And they become what are called linerboard and corrugated medium. Now, linerboard is that wavy stuff. I'm sorry, corrugated medium is that wavy stuff you see there. It's what helps give a box a certain amount of crash impact resistance. It's heavy in recycled content in your corrugated medium. Your linerboard, which is two sides on either side of the medium, they're starting to get more and more recycled content. And the boxes just go back into boxes by way of being turned into the makings of the box. You look at a residential mixed paper, it can become any kind of paper product. It can become a pizza box. It can become molded fiber, like for an egg carton overhead. It can become just paper itself, or tissue paper, what have you. All those uses can happen with recycled residential mixed paper. Let's look at PET bottles and plastics. Now things get a little more complicated and a little more interesting. PET bottles can become bottles again, and now that is the largest market for PET bottles. Started in 2020, now is bottle to bottle. But PET recycling was actually invented by the fiber industry back in the mid-'80s. They saw this great way they could use used bottles and make fiber products out of them: insulation, carpet, clothing. They, up until 20, they were the largest buyer. Now they're the number 2 buyer, and they're in a very, very active market for PET. What about HDPE? Transparent, translucent, natural HDPE bottle. That's a milk product primarily that goes in those bottles. Very rarely goes back into another milk bottle. There's only 2 companies that have what's called a letter of non-objection to be able to use milk bottles back into milk. But they're transparent. And because of that, they're transparent because there's no color dye in them. That's why they're undyed. So they can become any PET color package you want to. You just add the dye. It can be white, it can be red, it can be green, blue, yellow, orange, you name it. There is no limit to the color they can be turned into. So that's where they tend to go. They tend to go in the color HDPE package. But this is the problem. How do you take the color out? You don't. You can either color separate that, but that's expensive. So generally what happens to that material becomes pipe. Because who cares what color the water pipe is or the sewer pipe is? It doesn't matter. It's a great market for those bottles, and that's what they tend to become. What about polystyrene packaging? Polystyrene packaging is mostly milk products. It's yogurt, cottage cheese, cream cheese, that sort of thing. Not a very big packaging market for polypropylene. So what those packages tend to become are paint pills, paint pails. Because again, color in black, they work well. Those are made by PW Plastics, which is the primary recycler of polypropylene. They can also be made into a lot of durable plastic products, toys, garden tools, fiber. A lot of durable products are used for polypropylene. What about yard waste? You saw the yard thing in the picture I showed you earlier. You take them to the county composting facility where they're made into a product known as leaf grow soil conditioner. You can find that product in any garden supply store in Montgomery County and some adjacent counties. It's a very good product. It's a very good soil conditioner. What about food waste? We have some trial programs running now. And now what we're doing is we're sending that to a new food waste facility and mixed composting facility in the neighboring county, Prince George's County. And there they get composted into something that's called Leaf Grow Gold soil conditioner. I like the gold. Excuse me. It's sort of like new and improved. Well, it is in a way. It's got all that food waste in it. So it's an even better soil conditioner that you can use in your garden. As my daffodils will attest every spring. So, are our recyclables landfill? No, they are not. They get turned into new products, products that we use in our daily lives. Most of what we put in the bin is recycled. We just don't put enough in. And that's a problem with recycling, is getting more and more material into those bins. And as everybody knows in this room knows, contaminants, non-recyclables, are a problem. People put in stuff that they're not supposed to put in, that is not recyclable, and yes, that material does go to disposal. So the problem is, the more that the public is told, the recyclables are trash. Why are they going to want to participate? Why do they want to go to the effort? So you got to fight back against that. You got to let your residents know where the materials are going, that they are going into new products. Let's look at the next one. Plastic recycling is a problem. This, you may have seen this on PBS on Frontline about 2013, I believe. Plastic Wars, and the subtitle was "Have efforts to solve the plastic problem created a worse problem?" It was a very impressive documentary. It's very, very well made. And there was some accuracy to it. But there was also some very misleading data, and there was a desire, it seemed, to find the worst possible outcome, the biggest overseas scam, with very little look at the successful plastic recycling that's going on today. And there's a lot of stuff also about information out of context. And that's where plastic recycling really gets tricky. You know, the reporter held up this piece of paper. It was a letter from 1973 from one of the petrochemical companies saying plastics can't be recycled. It was 1973. Does anybody in this room remember what plastic products you had in 1973? I remember a couple of years earlier, my first transistor radio. Who remembers transistor radios in the room? And it had a shiny red casing. It was plastic, but it was so cool. I remember that. You had toys that were plastic. You had a lot of other materials, things that we used that were plastic. A lot of radio cases, things like that. But what about packages? Does anybody know what plastic package we actually used in 1973? It wasn't PET, that was late 70s. It wasn't HDPE. As a package, that was the early 80s. And I'll give you a little interesting outcome at the end there. The PET resin, the HDPE resin, was actually invented out at the research lab in Bartlesville, the Phillips 66 Research Lab. And the first successful product for the Marlex HDPE resin was the hula hoop. And that's what saved that resin. That's actually what made it into a viable product for Phillips. Because all of a sudden that thing caught on. And the resin is still out there, the Marlex resin is still around. I have no idea yet how to recycle a hula hoop, but it's there. And the biggest problem in that story is in that publications, they didn't look at what was really going on in plastic recycling. So, earlier this year in March, I was in Grapevine, Texas. I was at the Plastics Recycling Conference. There were 2,500 of us. There were more than 200 exhibitors. Now, either plastic recycling is real, or we were all suffering mass psychosis. For some reason, weird reason, we all gone down to Grapevine talking about plastic recycling, and it didn't really exist. Well, it does. But it's limited. And it's focusing on a small percentage of plastics. Plastics are difficult to recycle. There are far more products than paper, metals, or glass. There's a plethora of colors and resins that you don't have that issue with paper and metals. Metals, it's either aluminum or steel. That's it. Paper, it's likely a package. It's almost always made out of a craft process. It's usually brown, or if it's not brown, it's a white paper. You just don't have the issues with those two that you do with plastics recycling. And what we recycle in those plastic programs, and what those 2,500 people are down in Grapevine looking at, were rigid plastic containers. Your PET bottles, your HDPE milk jugs, your HDPE detergent containers and whatnot. Because we can recycle those in the polypropylene. But that's about 1/8 of the plastic products that we generate from recycling or waste every year. So it is still a small percentage. The challenge is to go beyond that, and it's going to be very hard with plastics, because frankly, we're recycling the easiest stuff right now. So, plastic recycling, it's not a fraud, it's very real, but it is also limited, and that's something we have to work on, is figuring out how to expand it. So, recycling is stagnant. Got a question. We can do this as a show of hands. Which of these numbers is EPA's most recent recycling rate, national recycling rate, 2018? Because EPA is a little behind the times. Is it 38.2%? Is it 36.4%? Or 32%? Anybody want to venture a guess? Anybody want to say 38%? Show of hands. 36%? 32%? Well, it's all of the above. EPA gave you 3 separate recycling rates in that report. It's statistics. And there's, garbage sort of attracts bad statistics because it's so hard to track, it's so hard to count. These are all actually 3 very legitimate numbers. The top one, 38%. That's total recycled compost, and what they call other food management. It's like anaerobic digestion or animal feed or land application. None of that is composted and recycled. The middle one is what I think is the real product recycling rate. And then the bottom one is when you put it all together and you get to that lowest number. And of course, it's the lowest number that usually gets repeated by the press. So, is recycling stagnant? No, it's all statistics. And recycling statistics are incredibly convoluted and confusing. In that last data report from EPA, they added almost 23 million tons of previously uncounted food waste that went to these odd purposes like animal feed or anaerobic digestion. Just stuff that EPA had never counted before. Yet when you add that 23 million tons, it automatically drives down the overall recycling rate because none of that stuff gets technically recycled. Statistics. Municipal recycling programs focus on printed paper, some packaging, and yard waste. It's about 38% of the waste stream you deal with on a daily basis. So right there, you've got a limit. It's a relatively low ceiling or sheeting floor to get it at 100%. It's one of the reasons the numbers are so flat. And there's a lot of waste reduction and product changes and lightweighting that are simply underappreciated in how they change and impact the waste stream. There is less glass generated today and used today than there was in 1970. Now you think about that. A lot more people in this country now than there were 54 years ago. But we simply use less glass for a number of reasons. There's less printed paper now than in 2000. I mean, how many of y'all subscribe to a daily delivered at home newsprint? That's getting pretty rare. It's mostly digital now, and it's really not healthy when news is mostly digital. Lighter weight packages keep displacing heavier packages. That has been going on for the last 50 years. Aluminum cans get a little bit lighter every year. They're almost at the point where they're having trouble containing pressurized carbonated beverages. PET bottles get lighter and lighter every year. They're also getting fairly close to what's called just simply not able to keep carbonated beverages within that bottle because of the pressure and the carbonation. But you love the lightweight because that's waste reduction. That's using less to make more. That's making those products with less stuff. That's resource conservation. But it's also very hard and challenging for recycling. And then film is the lightest weight of all. That stuff is just almost ephemeral. Packages, even boxes, are getting lighter in weight. And that is an impact on recyclability, and it's an impact on what we do. So, recycling is not stagnant. Yes, the data is pretty level. It goes up a little bit, but not a lot. But again, it's got that ceiling that's got to deal with it. You got these tonnage and percentage gains slowing down. You've got less printed paper and glass. You got the lighter products. And we have to remember, we're not going to be able to recycle everything. It just can't be done. Last night, when I opened up my little container for my contact lenses, I had to tear off that little plastic thing that keeps the lens, that keeps the cap secure so the product can't be tampered with. The ability to recycle that little sliver of plastic is virtually impossible because it's just so small. So we have to accept the fact that some things that are very important may never be recycled, and we just have to deal with that. It is what it is. So, now I want to talk about how one state recyclers are brought back. Mass Recycle is their version of OKRA. They just speak with a funny accent. They're in Massachusetts. It's sort of English. Whenever I go up there and I say y'all, people stare at me. Hey, I'm speaking English. I don't know what you people are doing. It is what it is. It's in the same group as here, though. It's people who do recycling programs. Public sector, private sector, state governments, concerned citizens. And Gretchen Carey, who's the Mass Recyclers chair, and she's one of the driving forces behind what I'm telling you about now. She's the source for the rest of this presentation. And what got them to fight back is very simple. October 22, the media in Massachusetts got hit with two things. One was from Greenpeace. It's this big press release and publication about circular claims fall flat again. And then there was another NPR story. Recycling plastic is practically impossible, and the problem is getting worse. Compliant recycling facilities send all their plastics, and who knows what else, actually just to a landfill. They didn't even bother to try to recycle. And a conflated recycling and recycling rates in all kind of weird kinds of ways. And the people in Mass Recycle realized if they did nothing, they were going to see a collapse in recycling. And they did not like that option. So they got back. And these are the key strategies they use. And they're actually very simple. The first one is the obvious one. And by the way, these slides will be available to everybody after the presentation, along with all my speaker notes. They did send a letter, email, I'm sure, to NPR, probably ended up in the electronic trash can. But they also sent letters to all the papers, and the papers reprinted. And they started cultivating the press. They did media interviews. They did a lot of presentations. They did MRF tours, or they like to call it recycling in action. Because you can take the press, you can take politicians, you can take the public, you can take activists, you can take them to a MRF and they can see how recycling works. What is actually happening to what people put on the curbside. It's a tremendous thing to do. And one of the results of those MRF tours was this 8.5-minute CBS WBZ special. They do this segment on the CBS channel in Boston. It's called Question Everything. And so one week they decided to do question recycling. Is it real? I've got on the PDF of this, you'll see the link, the YouTube link to it. It's a great 8.5-minute segment. And it just really shows how recycling works, because it shows the Merkin operation. Gretchen Carey is on there. She's talking about the ABCs of recycling. And you know the beauty of that? They get almost 500,000 viewers every night. You can see that segment, and you can say, yes, it is working. We're not wasting our time. And this is one of the ways we get the message out. These MRF tours are absolutely invaluable. We're planning in Maryland. It's going to be in November 18th, I think. We're taking a group of legislators, the members of the House and hopefully the Senate, committees that are responsible for recycling, among other things, the environmental committees. We're taking them to one of the local MRFs and showing them how the MRFs operate, so they can get an understanding of what these facilities are, and that they do work, and the materials do get recycled. It's a tremendous thing to do. They've done 24 MRF tours now in Massachusetts. They've done 77 presentations in meetings. What's happened is mass recycling has become the go-to resource for the media in Massachusetts when it comes to questions about recycling. And that's what you want OKRA to become. That's what I want the Maryland Recycling Network to become. I want to become the person the press comes to when you, I got a question, what's the answer? And then you get back to them with the answer. Now, and there are results. They did see recycling increase. They did see a comeback on their plastics in particular. This was, they tracked it at one for about a year period, and they did see a bounce back. And I think if they do that this year, we'll see an even better bounce back. So how do they do this? Well, this is all just PR 101. There's really nothing unique. There's really nothing unusual about this. They became a resource. They built relationships. They call up reporters and say, how about this as a story idea? Because reporters love story ideas. And they happen to also like good news story ideas. They have no problem with story ideas that say recycling is working. Compliment the authors of well-balanced and well-written stories. You don't tell them what to think. Just tell them the facts. They'll figure it out on their own, one way or the other anyway. Do your media homework. It never hurts to find out what the person has said in the past. Be candid, talk about the recycling rate, talk about contaminants. Contaminants are your enemy. You want the public to lower the contamination rate. It costs money. They're not raw materials. And don't deny that bad actors exist. I mean, they do. It's unfortunate, but they do. Be succinct, be funny, practice, be real. Focus on facts. And if a reporter asks you a fact and you don't know the answer, don't fake it. Don't guess something out of thin air. Tell them you'll get back to them. And then get back to them with the right answer. And even if the right answer is not what you want them to hear, you've gotten back to them. And they respect that, and they're more likely to use you as a source in the future. Because they respect the honesty. Be clear, recycling is a business. You've got to cover costs. I don't care whether you're public sector or private sector, you've got to cover costs. And avoid jargon. Who is MRF? Who is this dude MRF you keep talking about? What do they have to do with recycling? You know, we know our jargon, but most people don't. So don't use it. So, recycling is not a joke. It simply is. I think media coverage is broken, but I think we can repair that. Because I don't think the press is bad. I don't think journalists are naturally hostile. They're working for a living just like the rest of us. And they want to be accurate, and they want a good story. But they've got to get good information to have a good story. We can improve collection processes, and clearly the technological advancements at MERS are absolutely astounding. We can expand recycling programs beyond packaging, beyond paper and yard waste. We can start telling the story, and we can watch recycling benefit. But if we sit back and do nothing, we're just going to be cutting our legs off at the knees. We're not helping at all. This is what you want to do. You want to celebrate success. You want to celebrate better press. You want to celebrate more people participating and less contamination. Now, I've got available links to the Master Recycler site, to the fellow letters, some other works, how they serve more. They laid out how they combated media misinformation in the Bay State. This is contact information. Again, Ellen has the PDF. She's got all this data. That includes Gretchen's email address. And this is Gretchen. She did such a wonderful job in Massachusetts, and I hope the work that she did can carry on here in Oklahoma. So that's the end of my presentation on where we are, on how we can really fight back against this, on how we can get people to understand that recycling works. It is real, and what all those residents do, it makes a difference. One package, one box at a time, it does make a difference. And I thank you for all the good work you do to get that message across. Thank you.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Any questions? No questions at all? Not even the meaning of life?
I have a question. I have one.
Yes.
I'm from Durant, Oklahoma, southeastern, and the question I get most, the pushback I get most, what I hear a lot is, and people have to understand recycling costs money. So to implement a curbside recycling program, people got to pay for it. And the feedback I get is that people should be paying me to recycle. I'm keeping material, by my extra effort is keeping material out of the landfill. I should be being paid instead of having to pay to recycle. How would you respond to that?
The reality is you can't pay back. It's just the reality of recycling. The benefits of recycling are it's a longer landfill life. It's lower greenhouse gas emissions. It's over time. It's incremental. It's lower incremental increases in solid waste and recycling rates. But on an individual thing for that curbside bin, there's not that great a value in it. It's only when you accumulate. And it gets spread across the city, and it gets spread across the state. We know that recycling helps keep down the overall cost of solid waste. We also know it's an incremental cost. We know that when markets are hot, these programs are doing very well. When markets are soft, it's a very different situation. And you'll also be getting my latest market update in PDF, which Ellen hasn't gotten yet. Good news is right now markets are good. Plastic markets are going up. Natural HDP is at the nicest price it's been in probably 3 years. PET is amazingly solid. And both aluminum and PET normally go down in value in about August. Because you think about it, the biggest number of aluminum cans and PET bottles are used between Memorial Day and Labor Day. Why? It's hot, and it's vacation time, and we're all having a good time. And we're drinking a lot more liquid products. Normally, that means that in August, because they're going to be making less cans and less bottles, prices go down. Did not go down this year. And it's some very peculiar reasons. We actually are now shipping bales of plastic recyclables to some recycling operations in Mexico. We're making PET bottles there. It also has to do with, and this is a factor that's going to happen for the next month or two. I really hate to say it, but if you watch the hurricane relief news, one of the things you see is case after case of PET bottles of water being passed out as part of disaster relief. They're going to be scrambling like crazy to get into PET bottles to fill the need, to use those to recycle them. So that, it's unfortunate, but that's going to bump the PET prices for a while. No, I don't want it to happen, but it's just, it's going to happen. Aluminum, there's just more demand, and they're finding a lot of new markets for aluminum cans. A lot of beverages that have not been in aluminum in the past are starting to go aluminum. We have some new capacity. And if you've got new capacity to make things, you've got to find ways to fill that capacity. It's usually paying more to get those supply lines started. So aluminum actually went up a little bit in September, which is stunning. PET is solid. Color HDP went up. Steel is fine. Paper's a little weak right now. It's a number of reasons. Paper prices have been extremely good for the last year. In fact, they went up steadily starting about January 22, they started going up. They went up very steadily. They went up throughout 23, and went up through 24. I remember it was January 23 they started going up. Went up through last month. And then finally went down a little bit. It's Christmas shopping in terms of making boxes for shopping. Those boxes are already made. Paper industry normally does a lot of downtime for maintenance, and simply because not as many boxes are needed for December or January. So prices always go down a little bit. That's not unusual. I don't think it's going to go down too badly. I think we're in good shape. And I think you get back to the spring, probably in January, they're going to start going up again. So you're dealing with markets, you're dealing with commodities, you're dealing with commodities whose value fluctuates. The good news is when it comes to recycling markets, they're fluctuating in the right direction for the most part, and they're fluctuating at an unusual time. And I think we're going to see that going on. I'm actually kind of positive on plastic markets over time, and I've been positive on paper markets for a long time, and the prices still are just great for paper. So a little markets update for you. And no other questions, and y'all have a great day.
I have one more question.
Go for it.
Plastic bags.
Yes.
And also, as we were driving here, we saw a truck carrying some kind of metal structure, just wrapped in yards and yards of plastic wrap. It seems like they use, tons. So are those recyclable?
That wrap can be, depending on what the truck is and where they're taking it. I know that the plastic wrap that's used to take pallets to stores, especially big box stores, that's just a beautiful product. It's clean, it's got very predictable quality and quantity. They sell that routinely. The item you saw probably had something to do with one of the road safety requirements for securing the load. Could have been, it's hard to say between agricultural products and agricultural products, because I don't see a lot of plastic wrap used around trucks that way, although theoretically it can be.
It was around metal structure, like it was holding those.
There was a containment there, it was holding those constructions on the truck. It's a safety issue. Could have been a variety of things, and the risk would have been something that would have blown off the truck. So you wrap them in plastic, and that secures them. The question is, does that get recycled and delivered to wherever they're going? It should be. It should be nice, clean plastic. But I don't know the answer. It's a good question. Well, if not, I thank you very much. And again, y'all have a great day. Thanks to Jared. Oh!
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jazz. That was very informative, it really was, and I appreciate that a whole lot. Any presenters will have a bag for you, don't run from me. I have something to give you when we're done, okay? And our next one, before I even tell you who we've got coming up next, I want you to know this is not to lure you from the back. You stay back there if you're happy, but I have seen this presentation. These slides that we're about to see are very interesting. I completely geeked out on it. If you need to move during the middle of the show, come on up. Senator Sharon would rather have you up here enjoying it than sit back there going, wish I knew what that was. But, all right. So Sarah Jerry Cabo is an associate planner at the City of Oklahoma City's Office of Sustainability. She writes and administers grants and does community education and outreach to raise awareness on projects and programs the office provides, such as promoting bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, energy efficiency, expanding electric vehicle charging, adding renewable energy to city facilities, low impact development, and reducing the urban heat island effect. She'll explain that, and it's really good. Her background is in journalism and communications with a focus on energy resources and environmental topics. She spent 11 years in journalism before transitioning to public service in 2019. Sarah Terry Cabo, come on up.
Hi, good morning. How's everyone? Great. Now is your opportunity to move forward if you want to. No pressure by any means. Make sure I've got my pointer. All right, the little red dot's not gonna work, so what I might end up doing is I walk around a lot when I present, so I may just turn my mic off. I may just walk up to the screen and point at it. Okay, I got some notes too. So my name is Sarah Terry Cobo. I am an associate planner, and I am one half of the Office of Sustainability. So there's two of us there. And so probably many of you are familiar with kind of a lean situation where you have just a few staff. I'm going to be talking about the urban heat island effect in Oklahoma City, but my goal is to be able to frame it so that you can consider how this relates to your operation, your situation, your employees. And so we're going to talk about this in Oklahoma City's context. We're going to talk about ADAPT, which is how the Urban Heat Island Study came about, the city's first sustainability plan, and the report, recommendations, and next steps. So Oklahoma City's big, everybody knows that, right? We're 622 square miles. But we're a whole lot less dense than all of these other big metros that can fit inside our literal city limits, 622 square miles. The city grew over time, right? That little yellow dot right there in the center, that's the land run. The most important thing to take away from this slide is that, you may already know, Oklahoma is the only state in the union that does not allow cities to tap into property taxes for operating revenue. So anything you need for your operating revenue to maintain your city, you have to tap into sales tax. So the city annexed all these portions of agricultural, rural, and suburban areas in order to preserve its tax base, which led to a lot of roads to maintain. It may be difficult to see this green. There's not a ton of contrast with the lighting situation here, but trust me, we have a lot of roads. If you've been to Oklahoma City, you probably have said, oh man, we've got a lot of potholes. It's the #1 complaint that we hear from residents every year. And that also led to a lot of parking lots, right? And that's in part because we have a minimum parking requirement in our municipal ordinance. But 5.3% of our entire city is just parking lots. And that figure's gone up in the last 10 years. Yeah, it's a lot. So what is the urban heat island? Chances are you already know what it is. You've experienced it before, even if you didn't know what it was called. So just think about going to a downtown area, any downtown, in the middle of the summertime, right? It's hot down there. And it's going to be hotter than in your rural areas, your suburban areas. Why? Because you've got more buildings and you've got more streets and roads. So all of those building materials, your glass, your steel, your concrete, metal, asphalt, all of those things are either gonna reflect that sunlight throughout the day, or they're gonna absorb that heat, and then they'll radiate it out over at night. Now that matters, keep that in mind. What the EPA says is that, getting phone calls for some reason. What the EPA says is that typically the difference between an area that's experiencing urban heat island effects is about 7 degrees hotter than these other areas, these suburban areas. We got into extreme heat because it came from our first sustainability plan. Like I mentioned, that's ADAPT 2020, and we're up for our renew next year. So we'll be refreshing this. Keep that in mind. I'll talk a little bit about that at the end. But again, that was one of our goals in ADAPT, was to look at heat and ways to mitigate extreme heat. So what do we know about heat when it comes to weather and climate projections, right? It's hot, it's getting hotter. These are some fancy charts that don't have great contrast in this lighting, but on the left-hand side, that is basically a chart that shows you it is getting hotter over time. And it's getting hotter faster than it has in the last 30 years. This line just goes up this way just to show you it's getting hotter. On the right side, we have this figure that shows projection in temperature increases over the next half century. What that really means is as soon as 2036, that's 12 years from now, we could have 28 days of temperatures that are above 100 degrees. Right now we have an average of 9. We certainly got more than 9 in OKC Metro this year. I bet if you're in Green Country, you got a whole lot more. So basically, it's going to get a lot hotter from here. And what happens when it gets hotter? Well, we have to run our AC longer, right? And again, these are just charts from the National Climate Assessment, the most recent one that came out that said, hey, in the next 10 to 25 years, we are going to increase by 50% the amount of AC, the amount of electricity that we use to cope with the extreme heat. And by the end of the century, it's going to increase by 175%. We'll not be alive then, hopefully, but somebody will. And just imagine a 175% increase in your electricity bill. And here I am supposed to keep you on time. Okay, so the other thing, when we think about extreme heat, there are some other things that affect human health and comfort, right? So it's not just the air temperature outside, it is whether the sun is shining, is the wind blowing, is there humidity, right? So if it's humid outside, it's harder for your body to cool off, it's harder for you to feel that respite, you get stressed easier. The air temperature obviously is going to affect how it feels, the clothing that you wear, and how your body metabolizes things. This is a fancy chart from the National Weather Service that just basically says whether heat is the highest killer. Every year, heat kills more people than other weather disasters combined. So flood, lightning, tornadoes, hurricanes, winter weather, cold weather, wind, and rip currents. They kill fewer people combined than heat, and that number is increasing. And as you can see from this chart, the blue lines going up and down, those vertical lines are ER visits. Nope, that's temperature. The blue lines are the temperature, and the orange lines are the number of ER visits, or emergency department visits. And you can probably see when the blue lines go up, that's when these orange lines peak. They don't always peak at the same time, sometimes it's the second or third day. Another fancy way to talk about heat is the heat index, right? You may be familiar with the heat index, or the real feel, as some weather apps call it. Heat index is both heat and humidity. That's fine, but there's a more accurate way to be able to measure how heat stresses out your body, and it's called the wet bulb glow temperature risk. Now that's a mouthful. The Marines actually developed wet bulb glow temperature back in the 50s, and it accounts for other things. It accounts for more things that the heat index doesn't account for. Like it includes whether or not you're in the sun. It includes whether there's wind blowing, whether there's clouds. and where the sun angle actually is, right? So the heat of the sun in the summertime is gonna be at a different angle than it is in the fall. And it's gonna be hotter. In extreme heat, when we're talking about the effects of extreme heat, today we're talking about vulnerable populations. Those are people who are over 65, children, and people with health conditions. And also our outdoor workers, right? People who are either working outside the majority of the time or coming in and outside, especially if you're out in a hot area to a cool area, that can be problematic. If you go to heat.gov, you can learn more about those people who are vulnerable. And then this is just a chart to say we don't have great health in Oklahoma, right? And so kind of our leading causes of death are people with strokes, lung disease, lung issues, asthma, diabetes, and heart disease. So if you have these conditions, you take certain medications, you're going to be more vulnerable to heat than a typical healthy person. So think about this. Are your workers exposed to extreme heat, and where? And do they have all the things that they need to be able to protect themselves, to keep themselves safe? And I'm going to have under, do they have PPE? I have kind of a broad range of what I'm even considering PPE. Yes, I'm considering shade and air conditioning as personal protective equipment, right? Because you can get in the shade, you can cool down, and air conditioning obviously helps cool your body out faster. Those things are really critical in the heat of the summertime. Obviously, sunscreen, cool water, and electrolyte drinks are important. The other thing is, if you think about stop work procedures, can they take a break when they need to? If it's not the break time, but they need to rest, are they able to take that rest without worrying about what their supervisor says? And are they exposed to air pollution too? Is there PM 2.5 that they're sitting behind in an idling diesel pickup or, at the MRF? Other fancy ways to measure heat stress. On the left, it's a chart that NIOSH and OSHA published about 8 years ago. It's fine, but the problem is that it's not just that chart, it's that chart plus some math. It's not straightforward. What is straightforward is a smartphone app that OSHA put out earlier this year, and if you just put into your browser, Heat Safety Tool app, those 4 words, you'll be able to find this app, and it's just at a glance, and it'll tell you. Based on your location, you have to have your location services enabled, and it's just going to tell you what kind of risk are you, and that's for a typical healthy person. Are you at risk today? No, probably not. Not in the morning anyway. Maybe in the afternoon, there's other parts of Oklahoma. This is a new tool from National Weather Service and CDC about heat risk. It is a 7-day forecast of what projected heat risk looks like, and that includes those other factors like humidity. So this was actually taken from an extremely hot day. This was Saturday, June 8th, and this is the OKC Metro, and this square right here is Oklahoma County, this is Oklahoma City, and that is in red. That's a major category. So the heat island campaign, I could talk about for hours, but I don't have hours. So if you want to learn more, scan this QR code. It'll also be available on my slides that'll be provided afterwards. You can scan this QR code. It will take you to our campaign page. We can dive deep into, how we got into this, what the money looked like, how we did the campaign, the science behind it. This is peer review science. We love to talk about our steering committee and partners, and I'd love to see familiar faces in the room today of not just our partners, but the folks who are actually on the ground helping us the day of the campaign. We'll talk about that in a moment. But if you can see here, there's a bunch of different organizations on here. There's 2 of us in sustainability, and our city is 622 square miles. The original grant we got was only 100 square miles. And so we wanted to be able to cover more of the city and then also study other things like air pollution. So our partners together, they helped us come up with our routes and things like that. They provided us guidance and expertise that we wouldn't have otherwise. We have academics, we have public health, we've got folks from Fertile Ground, OKC Beautiful, ACOG, DEQ, and several of these folks chipped in either in-kind donations or actual cash donations. In-kind helps a lot too. Parks and Metro Libraries helped us out on our day of for the locations. And we like to show our budget slide. We just want to show, hey, we had $19,000 and we were able to leverage that to raise $63,000. That way we were able to cover 350 square miles, air quality, some of these other things that are on that campaign page. This is a sample of what our driving routes look like. This is just one quadrant of the city. So you've kind of got these little lines here, right? And then here's Lake Hefner. We're going to be zooming in to this portion right here. So on our actual campaign day, we had volunteers that put these sensors on their vehicles. It wasn't this exact sensor, but it was real similar to it. And then this, which got cut off of my slides, this is an air quality monitor. Think of the Pac-Man ghost and turn it sideways. That's what those little folks look like. And they put them on their cars and then they drove around 3 times throughout the day. Man, the contrast is really killing these slides. So what this shows basically is that we had our temperatures modeled for 3 times a day. In the morning, that's 6 to 7 a.m. In the afternoon, that's 3 to 4 p.m. And then the evening is 6 to 7 p.m. We actually had to move that up for some weather that was coming in. But what you might be able to tell if you were closer, these areas here, and over there in the northeast quadrant, far northeast, those are blue. So those are the cooler areas. And the warmer areas are in red. That's in the center of the city, on the west side, and then kind of on the north central side. And what you probably can't see from where you are, this is Will Rogers Airport. This is one of the cooler parts of the city. And that matters because Will Rogers is where our official weather station is. We found a 15-degree difference between the hottest part of the city and the coolest part of the city. So that means if at Will Rogers it's 103 degrees, not heat index, but temperature, 103 degrees at Will Rogers, that means someplace in the far northwestern corner of the city or somewhere in the urban central, it's 118 degrees. And again, that does not account for wind, sun, cloud cover, humidity, any of those things. So we're going to zoom right into this kind of central northwestern area. This sliver again, this is the really top part of Lake Hefner, right here. What I'm showing here in a map, hopefully you can see, at least from the back, that these are blobs of red and orange and yellow. So the red blobs, right, those are the hotter parts. The yellow blobs are cooler. This black circle here, this is where our solid waste fleet is kept. And we want to look at how this influences our workers. So at this time, this is a heat index model. I'm using heat index on purpose because we're close to the lake. So in a lot of cases, water can provide a cooling effect. But in this case, it's not, because there's not a lot of trees around. And there's these very dense suburban neighborhoods around here, which we'll see in a moment. So that's why the heat index in these reddest parts is 106 degrees. This is in the afternoon. So we're going to go back and then keep an eye on what this is. So red, and then you see these really, really dense, homogeneous neighborhoods through here, right? We have tree planting requirements, but it's not enough to counteract this urban heat island effect. This is, again, where our solid waste workers are. And just think about, if you can see these lines, they're not actually lines, they're individual data points from the temperature and humidity that were captured along the way as our volunteers drove. So on the ground, if we were just to switch from where we're looking at it on the satellite to Google Street View, this is what our entrance looks like for the solid waste where we keep our vehicles. There's trees there, right? But are they as tall as they're going to be? Are they as mature and provide as much shade as they're going to be for their whole lifetime? And what are they actually shading? Are they shading the asphalt where people are parking their cars? Are they shading the grass? Are they shading the walkway where people will walk from their cars into the building? Are they shading the building at all? No. We're going to take, these pictures say more than I possibly could. These are our infrared images, and we really love showing these. This particular one is kind of the thermal gun that the firefighters use when they go into a fire to measure temperatures. And so just heat of the day, asphalt concrete is 111 degrees. You're just plain old dead late August. Bermuda grass is 82 degrees. And again, if you can just see the color signature here, right? So the blue is cooler, Red and white are hotter. So even though it's 90 degrees, that's the temperature that it's recording right here, 90 degrees. And this tree is providing some really good shade here to this front yard. It's only about 80 degrees in the front yard. But what we can't see is if this tree is actually providing some shade to the roof or to the front of the house. We can see some of these other houses in the neighborhood. This red and white, those are rooftops and they're around 111 degrees. The road is around 100 degrees. Just think about your workers in those vehicles being exposed to that heat, 100-degree heat on the road all day, every day, and then all of these structures around them, like just radiating heat, okay? And are your roads built to withstand extreme heat and those heavy-duty vehicles? Okay, we're gonna move really quickly through here, try and keep us on time. This is a sports field. So the purple in the middle, again, purple is cooler. This is the manicured area where the children play sports. And this, right, this is Bermuda grass, but also so is this orange stuff over here. So that Bermuda grass that's not well watered, not well taken care of in late August, it is almost as hot as the track and the concrete around it. The thing to point out here, right, the cooler tones are the actual literal coolest. So this deep purple over here, that's what we're looking for. So what does that tell us about these? These aluminum bleachers, we know that aluminum is not a great heat conductor. So the aluminum is reflecting that heat. This, again, probably just looks like blobs of color. These were taken at the zoo, and again, we're just going to look at the deep purple. Some of these reflective roofs here, 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 and here, compared to a traditional shingle roof, this yellow blob over here. And again, this is just downtown. So you're seeing the street, a place where the street was patched, and the concrete patch is lighter. That's 144 degrees. The hood of this dark vehicle is 163 degrees, and then the shade, the shadow of where a vehicle had been parked, we thought that was really fascinating, is shaded dark purple. It's 121 degrees. Super shout out to Oklahoma Forestry Services. They're the ones who used their thermal drones a couple weeks later on August 26th to take these drone aerial images. Now, our favorite example is Scissortail Park, not just because it's this pretty park that was built in the last 8 years or so, it's because it mimics what nature already does, right? So this circle right here is kind of the cool thing. That's a bioswale, it takes rainwater, it absorbs it lets it flow through the ground, it goes into that pond back there that you see, and it helps irrigate, we recycle that water to irrigate the plants. This really stood out to us because this is our bioswale. This is our magic circle here, right? So we've got lots of dark purple around here. So these native plants are doing a better job of this Bermuda grass. This is Bermuda grass right here, this orange stuff. It's compacted, it sprinkler broke, and it didn't get watered well. The dark, it's 99 degrees here, and then the trees and shade themselves are actually 97 degrees. So it's almost as effective as even young trees. But the heat of this playground here itself, 117, nope, 171. 171. Yeah, it was about 106 heat index that day. This was late in the afternoon, it's about 4 o'clock. So the hottest you can get. You're sending your kids to 171 degrees. We're gonna roast them if we let them play outside in the summertime. So air quality monitoring, air quality matters as it relates to heat because heat is a crucial ingredient in creation of smog, or a crucial factor in making smog. The hotter it is, it leads to these other gases creating smog, and that's bad for people who have asthma, but it's also bad for healthy people too. So again, we've got a lot of detail and not a ton of contrast on this map. This shows our air quality monitoring that we did the day of the campaign. If you got closer, you'd be able to see these little, they look like dots, right? The red dots, we do have some of those that have hazardous air quality. The purple shades are unhealthy, the blue shades are good. A lot of the city is shades of blue. Some of the city is that shades of purple, the unhealthy. And we did find several areas of hazardous air quality. we're gonna zoom right in there, and you can see a couple of these dots here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? These are like the temperature points. These are individual data points that were gathered by these monitors. So we're gonna go from our satellite map, or excuse me, from our air quality map to satellite map to see what's on the ground there. So the top yellow line, that's Interstate 40. This dark blue line, this is Council Road. So you've got a lot of truck traffic coming off and on I-40, coming down to Council Road. This red dot is where the places where we have the hazardous air quality. There are warehouses. It's just all warehouses, industrial stuff nearby. This pink box is a natural gas power plant, small one, so it's a peaker plant, which means it only runs when it's the absolute hottest or the absolute coldest. And then this big yellow box, who can guess what this blob is? It's a landfill. There's other factors, right? So it's not just a landfill, but landfill is going to contribute to that. So what are our next steps? There's a lot of, we got a lot of deep dives and research as far as our next steps are concerned. None of these are really directly related to solid waste. Again, the QR code is going to take you to those summaries, and so you can go deeper if you want. The only kind of closest we can get to solid waste is this indirect recommendation to improve air quality. Since we've done this campaign, we've continued this research, we've worked with partners, and to be able to do some more analysis. Esri, which is the software company that makes GIS mapping, they actually built this for us. That QR code will take you to the hub. It's our urban heat health story map and resource hub. You've never used a story map before. It's just basically like a map with other images and descriptions in it. You scroll through, it's a narrative. It just tells us how we got to the place where we are. And this is an example of one of those maps that we created. It's an index and it's an analysis. So we're trying to find where's the cooling center going to help those who are most likely to be at risk for from heat stroke, right? And so all the reddish census tracts, the census tract level, red ones are where we should be putting those. Cooling centers. The city, by the way, doesn't operate cooling centers. And a lot of cities, they do or they don't. Our city doesn't, and the libraries kind of act as a de facto place because they're open, they have air conditioning, you can go in, get a drink of water, you can use the restroom. And then since then, we did an extreme heat tabletop exercise. If you're not familiar with tabletop exercises, it's more in kind of the FEMA emergency management realm. But basically, a tabletop exercise is like a 2-day-long workshop where you stress test the system. In this case, we are stress testing, all of our systems as it relates to extreme heat. So we got together our first responders, police, fire, EMSA, that's our ambulance provider. We got, emergency managers from the county and from other cities. We got city county health departments, so public health folks, as well as these community service providers and the utility that serves the OKC Metro. So we got folks together to say, oh, what information do we have? What data do we have? And how can we work together to find out where these vulnerable people are and how can we serve them better? How can we provide resources to those libraries and those other places that are already helping these folks and make it better? And we got support from NOAA on that. The National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration offered, volunteered, and helped us design it and flew in for the exercise. So that was pretty exciting. And all of this is going to frame ADAPT 2025, which I mentioned in the beginning. So that's going to be our 5-year update of our sustainability plan, ADAPT, and heat, extreme heat. All of that is going to frame how we address these chapters in the future, right? So how is extreme heat going to affect how we use electricity, how we build our city, and how we interact with our natural resources around it? What's our air quality like, or how bad is it? And how can we, how is extreme heat affecting waste reduction and our efforts to reduce our filling of landfills? Because if our landfills fill up, there's no other place for them in the city. They have to go outside the city, which creates even more greenhouse gas pollution, right? If your trucks have to go further, and it's more expensive too. So, the good thing is we're interested in your input. From those in the solid waste industry, we want to hear from you. If you're interested in providing feedback to our update, you can scan that QR code and be added to our mailing list. And that basically, we will tell you about when we're getting our feedback and forums and things like that, and would love to hear from you. So I'm here for questions, if you have any. 3 minutes. Okay, I got 3 minutes for questions, so. Wow, that was awesome. I'm glad no one has questions. The hands have been perfect.
Did she say that?
Sarah, thank you again, because I've seen this before, and I know that you have added to this, because you have extrapolated some data and moved forward, and that's fascinating. I wish every city, town, population, municipality had the ability to have this sort of mapping, because, yeah, it's shocking. It really is. Thank you. My privilege with Batch and Furnace Manager, OI out of Muskogee. I think we got it. We're good. Oh, you close this more? Okay. Mike is a lifelong resident of Oklahoma, having attended Connors State College to play baseball and study chemistry. After graduating with an associate's degree in science, he attended NSU in Chautauqua and to complete his chemistry degree with an emphasis in math. Started his career as a chemist for Lone Star Industries, a cement plant in Pryor. Progressed over his 20-year career to the quality supervisor and quality manager position, holding the quality manager position for 10 years. After leaving the cement industry, he joined OI in March of 2018 as the batch and furnace manager, who held that position for 6.5 years. Time with OI has had its challenges, believe that, I certainly do. Been a great company to work for during this time, and he's thankful to have gained the knowledge of the furnaces and working with a great team at the facility. In Mike's spare time, he enjoys being with his family, his wife Leslie, his son Reed, playing golf, umpiring baseball, and watching the Senators. Mike, come on up. Glad to have you. And Mike, don't touch these buttons.
First off, I'd like to thank OI and Robert Hayward and my plant manager, Matt Hayward, and Jeremy Deere, who are also in attendance today, for allowing me to come up and speak on behalf of OI. Thank you, Ellen, and the OKRA group for having us as well. So I'll get to our presentation. All right, so the introduction of Muskogee and our safety protocols, and a little bit of what we're going to discuss in this presentation. First off, at OI Glass, we love glass, and we're proud to be one of the leading glass producers. Producers of glass bottles and jars around the globe. Our vision is as clear as the glass we make. We'll be the most innovative, sustainable, and chosen supplier of brand building packaging solutions. So this is an overview of our plant and kind of how we operate and some of our protocols to go through a tour. We require different PPE because we are a food safe plant. And food safety is very important to us as it is to consumers and everyone out there. So we don't want to contaminate the glass before it goes to be filled. As you can see, the Muskogee overview, in 1935, the plant started as the Camp Consolidated Glass Casket Company. So I don't know how many of you have ever seen a glass casket. I know Jeremy, our plant engineer, has seen one, and I believe he said it was a little unnerving. So in 1945, the camp was acquired by Brockway Glass and began production of the glass containers. And then in 1988, Owens Illinois purchased Brockway and acquired the Muskogee plant as well as several around the nation. Currently, we're one of the 2 largest employers in the area with approximately 215 employees, hourly employees, who belong to 2 local unions. Our facility occupies 28 acres on the corner of York and Old Shawnee Road in Muskogee. And we operate 2 furnaces which produce an average of 500 metric tons of glass per day. We have 5 lines running at speeds from 250 to 600 bottles per minute. So that equates out to around 2.5 million bottles a day. So when you're running 600 bottles a minute, it goes pretty fast and it's pretty impressive to see. Our market segment is food and non-alcoholic beverage containers shipped across the U.S. and into Canada. As you can see at the bottom, several of our customers and the products that we provide containers. Here's a slide overview of our process in our 2 plants, or our 2 furnaces. Our B furnace is approximately 350 tons per day, U.S. tons per day, and our A furnace is approximately 220 tons per day on average. It goes into 3 4-hearts on B, 2 4-hearts on A, lead to the forming machines, and you can see as various pictures around the slide, different parts of our process, starting in the upper left with the batch house, falling down to the down below is our palletizing center where the bottles are packaged and ready for shipment. And on the right, you can see the forming machines and some of the bottles in various stages of production. At OI, we have a vision, and our vision is welcome to OI Muskogee, shareholder-owned, family-operated. We are proud to share our culture of people leading change. We will continue to be a top-performing glass plant by engaging our people and encouraging innovation and teamwork. We will not compromise the safety of our employees, the products we produce, or our community, and that includes the environment. We will work to build and strengthen customer partnerships to ensure Muskogee-produced glass is their first choice. So OI has 69 plants in 19 countries and over 24,000 employees, as well as some joint ventures that aren't included in here. You can kind of see an overview of the countries we are in. Our global headquarters is in Perrysburg, Ohio, and we have a European headquarters in Mex, Switzerland. So here we get to the meat of what OI and the conference is about. OI sustainability goals, by 2030, OI is targeting to use 50% recycled materials in the production of glass. So with that, we're taking a tailored approach to increase recycled content and rates across our enterprise and network, as rates vary significantly by geography. And with that said, Oklahoma is one of those that is lower in the recycled content available. We are shipping in cullet from 3 different states, Nevada, California, and Minnesota, just to supplement what is recycled at the plant. So that's why the conference is very important, and getting the sustainability and the recycling going in Oklahoma is very important as well. OI is also looking to get to a zero waste. Also around the 2030 timeframe, reduce the amount of natural resources used, and reduce the generation of waste by reuse and recycling as we drive toward the zero waste organization. And we're also targeting a 25% water reduction. Water is very important in the glass-making industry. What we do with water is cool the glass that is going to be recycled at the plant level. So the hot gobs, when they go down to our basement, they're not falling into a tub of water, then they're going to catch something on fire. So we don't want that to happen, but by closing our loops and returning that water back into our systems, we can reduce how much water, fresh water is put into the system overall. Additionally, zero injuries. As part of our journey toward zero injuries, we are committed to a 50% improvement of our total recordable incident, or TRIR, by 2030. With that, our new CEO, Gordon Hardy, has instituted a Stop, Think, and Protect doing that, he also emphasized it by telling every plant around the globe, we're going to shut down every line and prove how important this is. So not only is recycling important, but the health of our personnel and people is very important as well. We want to be 40% renewable, using renewable energy, and it's a pillar of our strategy to lower carbon emissions. Our goal is to reach 40% renewable energy by 2030 and to reduce total energy consumption by 9%. Glass is a very consuming product. To melt our glass, we use about 50 million BTUs per hour of natural gas. And we use over 1,000 kilowatts of electricity. So by going to other recycled materials, bringing cullet in, increasing our cullet content, as well as finding ways with solar and wind to help with the renewable energy. We also are doing some R&D transformation. Reimagining glass making, where the circularity of glass meets the potential of our magma melting technology. It's a new technology. We just opened a plant in Bowling Green, Kentucky, using this technology. It is helping to reduce our natural gas usage as well. Alternative fuels involve lightweight glass packaging. So some of that's still in the R&D phase, and we've talked about a little bit of the lightweight glass at the plant, but haven't gotten into much of the specifics yet. 25% greenhouse reduction. Approved science-based technology target to reduce greenhouse gas emissions 25% by 2030. So with that, increased cullet again continues to be a recurring thing for us. And social impact, we see tremendous opportunity to positively impact the planet, the communities where we operate. We will collaborate with customers, non-glass operatives, suppliers, and local leaders to make glass recycling available in 100% of our locations. We'll get into that a little bit later. Diversity and inclusion, we want to create a diverse environment where everybody's opinion matters and everybody's thought process and how they handle themselves matters. We don't want to throw an idea out just because it's different from ours. Supply chain sustainability, achieve sustainability balance together by aligning our supply chain with our 2030 sustainable vision goals. So, how is OI working to increase cullet utilization? We're investing in plant infrastructure, to secure more reliable cullet quality and supply, and enabling higher recycled content. Explore the opportunities to recycle end-of-life glass products. Invest in cullet processing plants such as Glass to Glass, Denver and Portland, specifically in the U.S. for us, and as well as in Mexico and Italy. Collaborating with suppliers to improve cullet quality and increase its usability in furnaces. We talked about Mark Glass, and I know the Ludwig's in the room as well, and we've used them to do some recycling for us, and we talked about additional work that we could do with them in the future, and OI is certainly looking to do things with the Ludwig as well as other glass sustainability initiatives. 2023, nearly 145,000 tons of glass collected through 44 customer closed loop programs and 35 community collection sites for Glass for Good programs and facility collaboration, open dialogue with stakeholders, such as yourselves. So how is OI working to increase cullet utilization? We're trying to find more clean collection streams, strengthen the market infrastructure, increase processing capacity, and EPR, DRS legislation. Engage in the clean glass collection streams, engaging glass collection programs, community glass drop-offs, commercial collection, bars, restaurants, closed loop projects with customers, just processing capacity. So a lot of glass is out there, but the capacity to process it and keep it clean for us, we are a Flint plant only, so clear glass only. So getting any colored glass in that can change our chemistry, change our melting capabilities, change our color, and then that becomes detrimental to our customers as well. Market infrastructure, improve the technology, help those guys develop more technology, help them be able to separate the colors a little better, things like that. And then we're also working with local and state legislators, encouraging and shaping bottle bill expansion to include more types of glass packaging, while also looking for greenfield markets where new DRS and or EPR legislation could be passed. So additionally, OI has founded the Glass Packaging Institute, or part of the Glass Packaging Institute, and it's a trade association representing North American glass container industry. We're on behalf of the glass container manufacturers and their supply chain partners, GPI promotes glass as an optimal packaging source. Glass is infinitely renewable. So when you break a bottle down to its simplest component, it's sand. And when you grind it back up, it becomes sand again. So we can take that and continue to recycle it forever. Glass Packaging Institute also advocates policy that promotes sustainability in glass recycling, including the deposit return systems, extended producer responsibility legislation. These policies are designed to improve recycling rates and reduce environmental impacts by reducing waste landfills. My family at home, we've instituted a recycling program. Down in Muskogee, you have to take it and drop it off, but I've noticed a big difference in our trash collection and what we're actually sending to the landfill. So instead of sending 4 or 5 bags a week, now it's 1, maybe 2, and they're not even full. So it does work, and it does help. So another initiative OI has become partnered in is Don't Trash Glass. It's a Glass Packaging Institute program to divert glass containers away from landfills. Those are all important. The program is fully implemented in Tucson, in the Chicago area, and it's starting in Denver, Colorado, in partnership with Glass King Recovery and Recycling and Glass to Glass in Denver. Eastern Washington State is home to more than 600 wineries, craft beverage producers, making it a ripe area with opportunity to build upon Washington's circular economy. So, Glass Packaging Institute is partnering with VIG recyclers to implement hub and spoke type recycling programs. Hopefully these become successful and collected glass will be processed by SMI Seattle and Glass to Glass Portland. So what does the glass container market need? Color sorted container glass, post-consumer and customer quality. Plant amber and green. So clear, the darker bottles and green. Properly sized material, 1/8 to up to 1.5 inches in size. No contamination. Free of ceramics, stone, pottery, metals, glass ceramics, Pyrex. Pyrex is a different type of glass, melts at a different temperature, creates what we call stones. And I'll show you some examples of stones in the next slide. Non-container glass and moisture. Consistent supply. That's been one of the biggest things in Muskogee for me is finding consistent supply. So yes, we recycle everything we make inside the plant that isn't consumer quality, but having imported from Nevada, California, and Minnesota, and we use some out of Houston, Texas as well, it's just inconsistent. Because everybody's buying from the same 3 or 4 streams of glass. This consistent supply is very important because that determines how much I can put in my glass, how much carbon footprint can I reduce by adding more color, and competitive pricing. So anything more local is definitely going to have a lot better competitive price. More supply, circularity, glass is definitely not trash. So what is the big deal about contaminants and color? So an aluminum capsule will cause a silicone sphere leading to fracture and breakage. plastic capsules, corks, and labels, blisters and seeds, so bubbles in the glass. They don't look good for one, and secondary, they could cause other problems, creating areas for contaminants. And it also colored instability if you're making a colored glass. Ceramics and pottery, stones, seeds, and blisters, they can relate to breakage. So a coffee cup gets thrown in the wrong container, gets crushed and goes in through the furnace, comes out as a stone you see there in the bottom middle, and it's a highly stressed stone. So it will cause breakage in glass. U.S. glass jars, bottles, and recycling rates. As you can see, the areas shaded in purple are the highest recycling rates. Bottle bill states and EPR states as well. So where does Oklahoma rate? That's a good question. So Oklahoma rates 8% recycling. Number 44 out of 50. So we've got to step up our game on this. It's something that's very not only our industry, but each of us in all our families, as we've talked, generations. This could be a generational change. We just need double digits. We can move from the 40s to the 30s. That's just for glass. So current state of recycling in 2021, Oklahoma recycled approximately 8% of packaging materials without counting flexible film packaging. This performance increased to 29% when considering materials with FFP. The value of the material captured for recycling is $27 million. 24% of that total value of that material could be captured for recycling. Recycling in the state provided greenhouse gas emissions of 760,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. That's a huge impact. So outcomes of this: extend producer responsibility and recycling refund policy together could increase the recycling related jobs from 1,200 to 4,900. That's a lot of people going back to work. Place $95 million of recycled material back in the market to support a circular economy and reduce the need for virgin material. And it would also allow us to avoid emissions of 1.4 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. So that's almost double just by increasing our recycling rate. Some Oklahoma glass facts. One glass producer, one glass processing producing facility, ready cullet producing furnace ready cullet in the state, Duluth, which I've already mentioned. We have 3 glass plants in the state, melting almost 500,000 tons of glass per year. OI Muskogee, Anchor in Henrietta, and Ardagh and Sepulveda. All 3 of these plants have to bring in cullet from outside the state of Oklahoma. That's where we need to get better. And a lot of that is due to the lack of glass collection infrastructure. We should go back to the previous slide. Any questions?
This is probably a silly question. So I've always thought like contamination is a silly thing. I didn't think of other items being in there. So I'm thinking like pasta sauce still in the glass container. You don't care about this extra beer in the beer bottle or anything.
Not really.
Yeah. Okay.
Not
So those
really.
aren't contaminants.
No, those aren't contaminants. When those go
I
through
mean,
our
a room full of recyclers that know
Sure.
this, but I don't. Yeah.
Sure.
Like the regular public doesn't either, right? So we're like rinsing these things out, thinking, oh, I can't contaminate the can, right? Before I throw the can in recycling or in the trash, I'm like, do I want to rinse it, or how clean does it need to be before I throw it in the bin? It's got to be a common question maybe outside of this room, but
a little cleaner is better than not clean at all because, one, smell and, the attraction of pests and flies. So, yeah, we do want it clean, but as far as the pasta sauce goes, or a little extra beer in the bottle left, when it goes into 2,800-degree furnace, that won't matter.
I mean, I made the assumption that it would be, like, that would incinerate out, but,
Yes.
I think, I don't know, at least around our house, the common misconception is it's gotta be clear glass going into the recycling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Even with the, art centers and the material we get from California, St. Paul, Minnesota, and Las Vegas, Nevada, you'll still have pieces of the light on.
Yeah.
But what we don't want is we don't want the plastics, we don't want the lids, we don't want the beer bottle caps. Those are the things that really do damage in the furnace and create contaminants and we call them stones. Everything that is an impurity in the glass that is not glass related, the silica spheres, even the seeds and blisters, they aren't a stone, but any kind of foreign material in the glass body is a stone. And that,
Like corks, if the cork's still in the wine bottle or something along those lines.
yes, that, the cork would incinerate, but what it would do is it wouldn't facilitate the melting process real well. And as it goes through the furnace, it would create those seeds and blisters that we discussed in the slide.
I live in central Oklahoma and, my municipality stopped, glass curbside pickup with the rest of the mixed waste stream. And so now we've got drop-off centers only. The reason the city issued was, they said, recycling markets in China, which didn't seem to make sense. So, but none of these plants are near central Oklahoma. So I'm just wondering, like, policy-wise, what are things that, I mean, is it working with individual municipalities or? Yeah.
A lot of what Bob Hibbert does for our company is he works with municipalities, he works with different glass recycling personnel, trying to increase the municipality participation. And, you know, it's a struggle. And in Oklahoma, it's a real struggle because landfill space is so cheap and readily available currently, as you said earlier. One of these days it will run out. And this is one way to slow that process down and recycle the glass. And just keep coming back and making new glass out of old glass.
And so does the price of diesel matter because it's uneconomical to truck glass from Norman or Garvin County or wherever to Henrietta to Sepulpa to Muskogee?
That part isn't so much of a concern, it's just the sheer amount. There's just not enough coming into those facilities to bring to our facility alone. And then it goes through, whoever has the recycling contract with this municipality is also an effect on that as well.
If I can interject, something that we have to remember is that glass from collections doesn't go straight to the bottle plants. It has to be processed like from Diluvic into cullet first. So you have a second stage. And we're gonna have a glass panel discussion this afternoon. Ben Rue will be there and the people from Diluvic if you wanna talk about it some more. This is one of the reasons that we have roundtable discussions, so maybe you can get some ideas to solve some challenges in your area. Because we wanna get you clean glass.
Yes, that's the important thing. And then, lastly, as our founder wisely said, it can't be done. Any other questions?
Yes.
Yes.
So my question is, you were saying that it has to be all the same color, right, together, it can't be commingled.
Right.
So I think that's probably the misconception, because when we do curbside collection, it's commingled. And so we have to send it to be clean, then it goes back to our dog plant, because there's nobody that can clean and separate it here. So when you put it curbside, and then I'm sure we'll talk about it later, it's if the city wants to take on the price of sending it all the way and back and the carbon footprint that you put out. So, but yeah, that's the thing. I think we do see a lot of glass being recycled, except it's commingled. So you can't take it because it's commingled.
Right.
And so that's kind of, I think, our misconception here, because most of us do have a curbside all in one bin. So totally, yeah.
And that's where the Lubics of the world are invaluable to the glass industry.
Yeah.
As they are the ones doing the segregation, helping us out.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Thank you.
I can tell you, McAllister's drop-off location, we'll have more about that later, but we have Blue Bob as a bid at our drop-off location, and we're able to take that, so we feel good about that they are taking some of ours. So thank you, Mike. Real quick, Michelle Miller will head us this direction before we take a quick break, and we will. We'd like to recognize Batliner as one of this year's Spotlight sponsors and invite Michelle Miller up to say a few words. And we'll talk about that, and then we'll have a break.
So, I'm Michelle Miller with Batliner Recycling, glad to be back as a sponsor again this year for OKRA. If you're not familiar with Batliner Recycling, we fall under the umbrella of Pioneer Industries we have facilities throughout the Midwest. Our plant specifically is located in Oklahoma City, where we collect and process recycling materials. We did have a change within our company at the end of July. We did shut down our sort line for single stream. So we no longer store material at our facility. However, with that being said, we just redirected our focus back to our core competency, which is bulk material and shredding services. So anyway, I just wanted to say who we were and what we do, and yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you, Michelle. A quick reminder that checkout's 11, if you haven't turned in your key, you might want to do that at the front desk, that's where I'll be going. Visit the senior room for refreshments and to visit with all of our sponsors, you're welcome to do that as well. Please get back here by 2 minutes to 11. 2 minutes to 11. We'll do that, have fun. All right, y'all, we're getting started. If you're hanging out in the back or if you're in the senior room, y'all come on down. If you did get your bingo card filled out, one of the ones you're gonna be looking for is board member. There's somewhere you're looking for an autograph, find what you need, some pillows.
Joe, how are you? Yeah, it's okay. James is.
Gary's trying to say,
Good to see you. I see you walking around.
send everybody over there now. Just out.
You're busy.
Yeah, it's got a great reputation.
You like this place?
Right? We're back on. We're going to introduce Kevin Hoppy. He's the Global Operations Manager, Green Line Recycling out of Atoka. Steve, yeah. That all the information I have. So Kevin, come on up. There you go. Yeah.
Testing. Okay, great. So my name's Kevin Hobby, I'm with Green Line. First of all, thanks to OKRA for inviting us out. I'm sorry I was late. We're doing a battery conference in Detroit, and I rushed here from that. So what does Green Line do? So we recycle lithium-ion batteries. We are the only company in the world that produces PCAM straight from black mass in one facility. We do it in Oklahoma. That means nothing to you guys. PCAM, black mass, all this stuff, what does it mean, right? So, in the existing industry, what happens, guys? Batteries, especially end-of-life batteries, but also scrap from production. It gets taken, shredded, turned into what's called black mass. Then that black mass can be treated, it can be converted into a couple of different things, but currently, 96% of that market gets exported to either Korea or China. We always say Korea or China, but really of the 96, 95.9 of it is China, the rest is Korea. And that is wildly inefficient. You have all the cargo costs, you have everything involved in that, but it also diminishes our ability to produce these things domestically. So you have some people that came in, you have Redwood, you have Li-Cycle, you have these guys, and what they're doing is they're taking it back to sulfate. So you have nickel, manganese, cobalt, sulfate. Everybody talks about the cobalt. That's the big one where everybody, they typically do the child mining in Africa. Everybody's really concerned about that. But the fact of the matter is that 99% of the metals in the batteries in the line are recoverable. So there's absolutely no reason why we should be mining this. I've got a slide here quick about, this is where we're at, guys. Global demand for lithium-ion batteries is expected to grow 27% annually, year over year. That includes cell phones, that's laptops, that makes up the majority of it. Everybody talks about EVs because that's what's cool right now, but the reality of it is about 96% of the black mass that we take in at our facility is old Nokia brick phones. Anybody remember those that were indestructible, that had snake and all that? Most of that stuff that we have, we're taking and converting it into EV batteries for Porsche or Tesla, but we're also doing it laptops for Panasonic and Samsung. That's what we're doing at our facility. Currently, we cannot mine enough of these metals to keep up with the demands. One thing that gets brought up a lot as well, EVs aren't doing as well as everybody thought. The fact of the matter is EVs only account for about 3% of the market. Everybody in here has a cell phone. Every single person in here that has an iPhone has about 35 grams of nickel, manganese, and cobalt in their phone. We produce about a metric ton a day of lithium, which is what goes into it. So all of these phones, everybody you know has a phone, laptops, everything, it all takes it. So this market is here, guys, and it's only going to grow. So what we're doing is we're closing this gap. And this all gets really boring. I will kind of click through this, and then everybody has questions. I noticed that when OKRA came out and did the tour, I was wildly unaware of how many questions people have about lithium-ion batteries, because my wife thinks it's the most boring thing in the world. But like I said, I'll click through this. So we're filling in. We currently have a facility in Atoka. We're looking at expanding in McAllister. We are taking in black mass and processing. We are not picking up batteries at this moment. We're launching a pilot plant in McAllister to start picking up these lithium-ion batteries. We will try to be expanding that out, and we're partnering with a black mass producer to do that. Like I said, circular economy. Most of this stuff is what I normally present when we're trying to get investors. So it doesn't really apply to most of this. But at the Atoka plant, so we are taking battery-grade lithium producers in the state. There's black mass producers such as Blue Well that are coming to Bartlesville. There is Stardust Energy. They are coming to Muskogee. They are doing lithium production out of brine water. There's West Wind in Lawton. There is us in Atoka. And it's really strange to think about, but Oklahoma has positioned itself kind of serendipitously to be the main hub for battery recycling. It's estimated right now about 20% of the total battery recycling market domestically will be in Oklahoma by 2026. That will only continue to grow as our reach expands. We're projected to be somewhere between 50 and 60% of the domestic recycling market by 2031. That's a huge deal, guys. This means a lot of jobs. Us alone, we're hiring close to 200 people over the next 5 years, and all of these things kind of drive that economy. As oil and gas kind of dies down, most of the people that we're hiring are being repurposed from oil and gas because it's all just pipes and chemicals, guys. So this is a new industry moving in that can take this place. I missed most of the speech, but I did hear something earlier from Chad. You have to make it profitable, right? You have to sell it. We love recycling, we love the green, we love the carbon footprint, but the reality of it is that we've got to make it profitable. By recycling, you have about a 40% cost reduction and a 97% carbon reduction, just by recycling. That is huge, guys. Now, here in America, we don't really have the carbon credit system like they do in the EU, but a lot of our partners in the EU are putting 2 of these facilities, one in Germany, one in Spain. They're collecting so much from carbon credits that it doesn't matter how much money they make off the batteries. That push in Europe is going to continue to grow. Europe is trying to cut China out of the equation, and so this domestic market will continue to grow here, mainly due to space. There's just not enough space in Europe really to produce all of it. Oh, there it goes. Like I said, incentives eligible, scalability, time, the low environmental footprint. These are all reasons why this recycling is here. All of this means more jobs for Oklahoma. It means more recycling. It means a cleaner future. Questions? Yeah, dude.
Is there an entrepreneurial opportunity for feedstock in mass quantity for somebody like me?
There is. So you have companies like Blue Whale that is coming to Bartlesville. They'll be taking the batteries and breaking down the housings and then shredding them. Typically, they buy those. There's a huge market for that. I know Interco, which is a partner of ours that we work with, they have a huge program going on in right outside of St. Louis, where they're allowing just anybody to drop this off and buy. So this is something that you can make money. I heard earlier, why can't we be paid for the recycling? That happens in the battery industry. You get paid for used batteries because they're so valuable.
So on your end, would you pay a fee, your company pay a fee for a large quantity, one at a time?
So I don't take batteries. That you need a black mass producer. We are partnering with black mass producers to try and get something started like that. Currently, we're doing it in the McAllister, Atoka area, but come talk to me after. I can get you in contact with some of these black mass producers.
My opportunity on the feedstock end would be to go to that black mass producer or grinder or whatever that is.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So they take typically they'll take the plastic housing off. Everybody will PFAS. They'll remove that, grind it up, and then they can sell it to somebody like us or export.
Perfect. Thank you.
Next question.
How many people are employed at your Atoka facility?
So we currently employ 14. We are expanding to 20, and we'll be at about 200 over the next 2 years at just the Atoka facility.
Do you supply this material, or do you have glass and black mass and more than you can?
We have more than we can handle. So just for regular numbers out there, I didn't really want to get into it because it gets kind of geeky, but so everybody knows Panasonic is building a gigafactory in Kansas, right? That gigafactory will produce 66 batteries a minute. They will produce 3,000 metric tons a month of just scrap. That is not end-of-life batteries. That is not recyclable product. That is scrap. Batteries that didn't meet the grade. Our current facility can only do 720 metric tons a year. So we have more black mass than we can handle. The current market exports a lot of this. It gets bought very cheaply and then kind of sold back. There's about a 300% markup typically. So there is a market there. Most of it is going to Europe because Europe has implemented actual regulations where a certain percentage of batteries that are going into EVs and laptops and cell phones have to be recycled. So the market is there. The market is coming.
So I'm really happy to hear the potential for increase of industry here in Oklahoma. The question I have is the low wages that are being paid to Oklahoma workers part of that, and will that last?
So our lowest paid employee makes $60,000 a year. Really what it comes down here is the location. Being centrally located, being close to Texas where you have Tesla, being close to campus where you have Panasonic, and just regular shipping. The reason why we landed in Atoka is that's where I'm from.
Okay. Thank you. I'm glad you're paying well.
Yeah.
Who are your customers? Who buys from you?
So currently, we sell to Porsche, Panasonic, LG Korea, LG Europe, and a company called Shredco. They are in Lithuania. Another thing that I really need to let everybody know, because I think if you're outside of the battery industry, you don't realize this, but Tesla, GM, Ford, Kia, and Hyundai all use Panasonic batteries. The OEM doesn't actually buy them. So if you look at, we do a lot of work with Panasonic. The Tesla Gigafactory in Nevada, the only part of that building that is owned by Tesla is the Tesla sign. It's all Panasonic behind it. One more question? Yes.
So if you have more black mass and you can process it, and you talk about hiring more employees, do you think you could scale rapidly, or are there limits, barriers to scaling up?
So our current, I wish that I had this slide, I didn't think that I would get questions along this line. So we currently have one machine producing 720 metric tons. By Q2 of next year, we're gonna have another 3 machines, and then we are adding what we're calling the GL train. It is 3,000 metric tons a year. We're putting 4 of them in McAllister as soon as we can get a building built. So we're looking at, I think most people like to hear the numbers because it's we're looking at investing about $55 million in expansion over the next 5 years.
Are these folks who are like college educated or maybe high school graduates?
So I brought up the 60K earlier. That is a guy, he's, who wouldn't mind me, his name is Dylan. Dylan has a GED, and he makes 60K a year. He's one of our operators. He is 23 years old. So we don't really have a ton of, a lot of ours is what we would consider unskilled labor. We do have engineers. We have a PhD chemist that we brought here. We are working with the Votech in Atoka and Durant right now. We're looking at expanding in McAllister. We're offering automation programs, scholarships. We had 2 interns from Atoka this year. We're working with Southeastern and ECU to try and give some donations to expand out their chemistry programs. But only about 20% of our workforce that we're hiring will have to be degree. Most of it will be what we would consider unskilled labor.
So what attracted you to that area, that southeastern area, the Choctaw Nation?
I'm from Atoka.
Oh, you're from. Well, I'm from Oregon. How could we attract
We do now, to kind of expand on that though, I like to joke from Atoka, but what we really saw in southeastern Oklahoma is, because I had to move away, right? Most people have to move away. I graduated in 2009 and moved to California and to follow oil and gas at ConocoPhillips, and then I wound up in Montana, and then I wound up working for Saudi Aramco, and most of my friends did the same. There's a huge market of guys that have the skills that live in this area who maybe got laid off whenever oil and gas kind of died out. We used to have XTO facilities, we used to have MPLX facilities. This oil and gas industry that is kind of slowing down, especially in southeastern Oklahoma, those guys are the guys that we need. We need guys that have, it's all just pumps, pipes, and chemicals, guys. There's nothing super special about it. We do have our patented process that is super extra special, and you guys should all pay more money for it. But at the end of the day, we just need workers that are willing to work, and we felt like southeastern Oklahoma had a lot of untapped potential because I know guys, and I myself was somebody that was on a rotation working off in the worst parts of the world so that we could pay to live in southeastern Oklahoma. You.
So, with the EPA doing a lot of grants in the way of recycling as well as managing some of these commodities that haven't had a window before, have you done any applications to try to apply for some?
So we did very early on. We got beat out by Life Cycle simply because of quality. So what happened with us was everybody is doing sulfates to pecan on a lab scale, so we're talking like 2 to 10 kilograms. We went from 2 to 10 kilograms to a pilot plant in Australia that does about 200 kg, and then we did the 720 metric ton unit that we have in Token. What Li-Cycle tried to do is they went from 1 to 2 kg in the lab to 100,000 metric tons with no in between. They were doing it in Kentucky. They beat us out for the DOE funding. They got about $2 billion and they went bankrupt in 9 months. You cannot scale that far. That's why we took all incremental steps. But because Li-Cycle took so much of the government's money, it's very difficult for us to get any of it because they're very leery of investing in this technology right now.
Well, they didn't have a proven method though, and you do.
We do.
So
Now,
are you going to re-examine that
We are.
maybe in a year or so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We tried to get in this last round, but for scalability reasons, we just weren't looking. Because the reality of it is, guys, and I don't want to, I'm not speaking down about Green Line and what we do is amazing, and we are going to tackle this problem. But if you look at the percentage, everybody is trying to get 30, 40, 50% of the market immediately with one facility. We are going a different path. Our idea is a bunch of these small modular units. We will have tolling in southeastern Oklahoma where these businesses that maybe don't want to process their own biomass, we will do it for them. But ultimately, what we believe is going to happen is you will have companies, because everybody has their own super secret battery formula, and it really comes down to molar ratio of nickel, manganese, and cobalt, right? So 6 series is the big thing right now, 622. 911 is the next upcoming one. That's what Panasonic is currently putting in their long life batteries. But everybody has their own super secret formula. We believe that nobody is going to want to send all of their black mass and all of their batteries to one facility because they don't want to give up their market compatibility. We will put these small units directly at their facilities and process it on site for them. That's the way that we believe that the market is going. The government doesn't agree with us. What else? So the GLMC 1.1 and 1.0, which there's only one 1.0, it's the one that's in the total, but requires about 6,000 square feet, so it's pretty small. Now you can chain them together because it's a modular system. And then the MLD, which is our unit that processes out lithium carbonate, it's roughly 4,000, give or take. So inside, if you had a facility that was like 15,000, our biggest limiting factor is the height. We do need about 36 feet tall. So it's not very big, but it is tall because of the tanks, and then the loading mechanism for the black mass.
Okay, do you have emission controls that you have monitored?
So this is something that I'm super proud of. So when we were building this facility, we went to the review. Our emissions are below permittable levels. And once we add our water treatment to the waste product, the water that comes out of our system is cleaner than the water that comes out of the taps where we're at. So we actually just feed that back into the sewer. We have trace amounts, but the thing that everybody gets really questionable about is the lithium. So for you guys that are familiar with parts per million, we produce about 0.2 parts per billion with a B in our waste stream. Yes, ma'am.
Why isn't Department of Commerce knocking down your door? There's so many oil towns or former oil towns that are more that have a workforce, that have light industrial, that.
I think, well, there are some, and we do get a lot on Oklahoma. I think that what we have is a couple of different problems. We are not, to put it delicately, we are not what most politicians in Oklahoma want to support. We have started marketing ourselves as we're cutting out China, because that's the way to market it. But nobody likes EV batteries nobody likes electrification, so we have that disadvantage. I also believe that the other side of it is that a lot of people don't know that we're there. We had the governor out, we had the article in the Oklahoman, but if you guys read it, it was mainly asking about environmental factors, and then that's kind of it. I think that we have, we also struggle with the fact that you need a lot of these units. Each unit, in reality, probably will generate about 50 jobs. So every job, but you need a lot of units in order to make up something like, let's say, bringing in a pipeline where you're going to employ 200, 300 people.
I have a question. Do you have to build a custom-made plant?
No, we didn't here.
Just need space?
We just need space. Yeah, we didn't here in Atoka. The facility that we're at in Atoka was a company called Glado, was trying to recycle catalytic converters for the precious metals. We actually built our unit, for you guys that have been there, you know what I'm talking about. We actually built our unit around the existing structure. So we didn't take down any of their equipment, we just used this very small piece to put our unit there. It's really funny though, because that machine that did all that, it's like 90 feet tall, it's huge, and everybody that comes in looks at it immediately, and I'm like, oh no, it's that little thing up there. So it's wildly unimpressive when compared to that. Yes, sir.
You mentioned talking to investors earlier. What are your investment goals? Like you were talking about how much you're going to invest in those. Where are you in terms of your income?
In terms of our fundraising?
Yeah.
So we, the Atoka facility, so we did a Series A for 30 million, and we basically did R&D and building the unit with that. We skid in, landed the plane without the wheels, and produced the first commercially produced PCAM in the world. And then we immediately had a bunch of people trying to give us a bunch of money, but they want large chunks of the company. So we are currently in a Series B. We're closing in on about 150 million. And that will be to expand Atoka, McAllister, really the southeastern Oklahoma part, as well as we have 6 units that we've already sold, going to other countries. And then we have an LFP unit, which is another type of battery. It's all very boring, but another type of battery that's very popular in Europe. And we have one of those that's going, but most of them are going to Europe because the market is more robust. There are companies that want these units. There's also the country of Spain that is buying one of our units.
I have one question about your, are you an Oklahoma-based company? Or are you part of a bigger?
So our company was founded in Singapore. It was founded by a guy named Leon Ferrant and Reza Petrol. Reza is a PhD. He fled Iran in order to, and then did his PhD in Singapore. When Iran was doing their chemical weapons program, they wanted to kind of take him, I guess. And so he ended up fleeing to Singapore. He met Leon. Leon was in oil and gas. Leon is from Australia, so he expanded out into Australia, which is where we have our R&D department. And then when we came to America, I got involved, and now we're here. So our parent company is Greenline Singapore, and then we have an Oklahoma-based company called GreenCam America, and that's who I would.
What's it called?
GreenCam America, which is owned by Greenline USA, and then that is owned by Singapore.
What type of infrastructure do you need at location? So on sites, is there any special requirements?
A little bit of water. We use a demineralization system, but we only really use about, if you had a full running unit 24/7 and you had the crew and all of that, we would use about 2,000 gallons a day. That's all. Yeah, and about, give or take, about 1,150 kilowatts. A day.
then you said the discharge is all sewer based.
Yeah, we just discharge it into the system. We don't produce any fumes or anything that has been permittable.
Wow.
Anything else? She's got the bag, I think she's telling me.
Yeah.
So Kevin, I imagine you to be a pretty popular lunch date, so don't think you're gonna leave the room.
Yeah.
Crystal, come on up here. Riri Pacific is also a spotlight sponsor at this year's conference. Gianna Parkey could not be here today, but has asked Crystal Bennett to come say a few words for Riri Pacific. I'm supposed to stay up here, so me and my knee will have one, okay?
That's fine. Okay, this has been a great conference or what? And if you ever get a chance to tour Green Lion, and hopefully OKRA will do it again, it's amazing. So we got the pleasure to go out there and yeah, it's pretty mind-blowing. You say it's really simple, but yeah, I admire you. So I am stepping in for Gianna. If you don't know her, she's with Rare Pacific. And she said, hey, Crystal, I can't be there. And I said, oh, we're so happy to have you as a spotlight sponsor. I will be happy to get up and speak for you. So just a little bit about Rare. I mean, just a little bit. I think we're going to play something, but just really quickly what I know, which is nothing formal, is I've had the pleasure of using Rare makes cards. They make a lot of things because they're a family-owned company. I used them to roll out a recycling project that I had in one of my cities, and I have to tell you that they were phenomenal. They were timely, they communicated, it was a wonderful process to go through. But as I've known Rare through the years, I have found out that they use 40% recyclable products in their cards. They are completely all about sustainability and trying to make everything sustainable and using more. They actually even use this co-injection into their plastics to use plastics that, into their products to use plastics that are hard to use. So for somebody that doesn't know about it, I was like, that is really cool. I'm going to share that with them. But if Jared will play.
A broken pallet or worn out rollout card is raw material that can be turned into a brand new pallet or card. Therefore, those items retain some value, even at the end of their usable lives. Which means Rarick Pacific can incentivize recycling by offering a credit for returned Rarick products. In order to make the economics of that work, Rarick needs to be smart about the cost of transporting spent materials. With 7 manufacturing plants spread out across the U.S. and Mexico, and 40 reclamation and recycling facilities strategically placed near our customers, Rarick Pacific prevents their own plastics from falling out of the loop, keeping the value in the product, not wasting it on freight. It's a simple solution that works. Rarick Pacific, sustainability is at our core.
Yeah, hey, that said it all, right? Well, just if you noticed that Texas has a facility, so it would really cut down on the transportation and on the what we're seeing the carbon footprints out there. But I have Gianna's card. She is wonderful, fabulous. If you want her card to get in touch with her, just come find me and I'll give you one, or I'll have Ellen have them too. Any questions? Okay, you guys have a great conference, and I just want to thank Ellen for everything she's done.
Thank you, Crystal. You did good with that. You did very good.
Oh, thank you.
All right, up next, before lunch, we are going to meet Wes Davis. Wes is the Environmental Programs Director for the MoDOT Nation of Oklahoma. Prior to becoming the program director, he was the recycling manager, environmental specialist. He's been employed with the MoDOT Nation for 26 years. His work within the nation's environmental office has included indoor air quality monitoring, emergency management, establishing a water quality program, and various solid waste management activities. Wes oversees the MoDOT Nation's material recycling facility, coordinating with the city, county, and tribal partners in collecting, sorting, and marketing the materials. He's a board member of the Solid Waste Institute of Northeast Oklahoma, serves in the glass recycling work group of the Oklahoma Recycling Association. Wes's education background includes Christian ministry, and in his spare time, he's the pastor in his local church. Wes Davis, Director of Environmental Programs, MoDOT Nation.
Let's do a quick mic check. Can you guys hear me in the back? Good. Thumbs up. Okay. Well, it's good to be here. Want to thank OKRA for the invitation, inviting me out. It's always good to see Ellen. Good to see familiar faces. A lot of familiar faces in the crowd. Got to visit with some folks last night, but I know I'm the only thing between you and lunch. So offer me up a little bit of grace as we go through this. I will try to not go too fast, but I just want to be able to share some of the things that we've been doing, to give you a perspective of rural recycling in Oklahoma, to give you a tribal perspective on recycling in Oklahoma. And as I kind of go through my presentation, I'll mention some things, I'll pick up on some things, and then I'll also kind of finish out with my main topic, which was conducting a waste characterization, which I think is very, very important for us to do. Many of you in this room have probably done waste audits, waste studies, waste characterizations, and I just have to say that just make it your own. You know, it doesn't have to be anything specific, it doesn't have to be anything in general. You know, it depends on your projects, your scope of work, the things that you're doing. So just make that characterization study your own, make those waste audits your own, and just make them work for your program. So just MoDOT Nation, Red Cedar Recycling, been in northeast corner of Oklahoma. I don't know how well you can see that map, but I just want to give you an idea of where the MoDOT Nation tribal lands were. So Ottawa County, extreme northeast part of the state. The inset of Ottawa County is down there. You'll see we have 8, 9 tribal neighbors in that county, so our jurisdictions kind of overlap one another. And I drew a little black squiggly line around the MoDOT Nation tribal land. So we have a postage stamp in Ottawa County of northeast Oklahoma. So it just kind of gives you an idea of where we're located. I want a little audience participation. I threw some trivia questions in there. If you trivia buffs in the room, answer this question. The New York Yankees won their 23rd World Series. Maybe some Yankee fans in here. Ross Perot made a run for the White House. Macarena with hit song and dancing station. I will not display that up here. Twister was a box office hit. Any guesses out there from the floor what year that might have been? 1996. So, Red Cedar Recycling established in 1996. This was our facility established with that to promote, provide recycling opportunities within the community, educate the public on the importance of recycling and its impact on our environment. That was our mission statement from the beginning. That was our facility in 1996. As I flow through these pictures, it brings back a lot of memories. I apologize. I may have went too far. I'm going to backtrack. Okay, except for the following items: cardboard, paper, office waste, newspaper, aluminum cans. Those were the only items that we collected in the beginning. These are some pictures from back then. You know how hard it is to dig up old pictures from a facility that was from back 1996? Well, this is those pictures. 1977 Dodge Power Wagon was our collection truck. The picture on the right, there's a lot of stuff going on in that picture that I'm not proud of. There's some OSHA things going on in that picture. I probably shouldn't make this plane up here. I'm a lot thinner, my picture's a bit darker. There's a lady that's carrying her own newspapers, an elderly lady that I probably should have been carrying those for her, but just to give you an idea of where we started. Humble beginnings is what I like to call it. Sorry guys, I'm having trouble with that. My point isn't right. Okay. Inside that facility, facility, those pictures are a little bit dark, but see rows of cardboard, you can see some gaylords of paper in there, and then aluminum cans stacked there, but that's where that little light bulb is with our scale. Wasn't a digital scale, it was one of the old slide scales, you know, you rolled the part onto the scale, and that's how we got our way through the time. I told Finn, my wife, you Finn, I thought I had a picture of our old baler from this building. Our old baler is 70 feet. It wasn't a hydraulic baler, it was driven by chains. So it was pretty rare back then to have that type of baler and to be able to operate the facility in that way. And I thought I had a picture of that then, but I don't. So I just want to mention just real quick, when we think about that facility, our former chief, Bill Wallace, who since passed away, he and some of his friends that operated that facility like back in the late 60s to the 70s, and it was called Miami Waste Paper. We're located in Miami, Oklahoma. But they ran material through the VF Goodrich plant. Miami formerly had a VF Goodrich plant. They would recycle scrap rubber, they would recycle cardboard. So this group of guys was doing that through that facility. And that facility shut down for many years, and then Chief Wallace wrote a grant, was able to get that facility opened back up, and that's kind of how the tribe got into recycling. I just wanted to backtrack a little bit, but question number 2, wedding of Prince William Kate Middleton. Wikipedia Internet Encyclopedia turns 10 years old. After 25 years, the last Oprah Winfrey show aired, and the video game Minecraft was released. Any guesses?
See.
2009.
2011, you said 2011? I heard several. That's right, 2011. I didn't think I could operate up 2011, we had a fire, Red Cedar Recycling. It was electrical, what they said, just some pictures from that fire, completely shut us down. There's a video on YouTube if you want to look it up, Red Cedar Recycling Fire. Those are just some pictures from that. Kind of set us back. Pictures inside after the fire. It was July, it was about 105 degrees, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. They were rotating the firemen about 15 minutes at a time. They'd run them in, they'd kick them back out. You can imagine a fire, paper burning, plastics burning, those types of things. So it was kind of a little bit of a setback for the tribe when it comes with the recycling, but we was able to manage and push through that. Some additional photos, that would be after the building was completely tore down. On your right is our freight elevator, and on that elevator is still a bale of cardboard that was sitting on there. So I like looking at those pictures again. It brings back memories. It reminds us of our humble beginnings. And question number 3, Oxford Dictionary named selfie the word of the year. Baltimore Ravens won the Super Bowl. Candy Crush was the biggest game on Facebook. What does the fox say? Was the top trending video on YouTube. What year was that? 2013 is correct. Our new facility took about 1.5 years, almost 2 years to reconstruct that. We reconstructed it on the same site of the previous fire. So this is where we're currently operating out of. Thinking about this facility, it's not much larger than our previous facility. The equipment's obviously a little bit newer. We had to put new equipment in there. This is inside our current facility. Of course, our horizontal balers, our vertical balers, our foam densifying machine at the top. The start foam is something that we just recently started collecting. So that's inside our current facility. And now accepting these following items. So as you can see, the list has grown, and I'll talk a little bit about that here in a minute. And then at the very bottom, I just want to make note of the number 5 plastics, the styrofoam, and glass. Those are items that we just recently started taking, and I'll get back to that point in just a minute as well. So recycling contamination. All that said, that was the history, that was the background. This is what we wanted to get to. So obviously everyone knows what recycling contamination is. According to EPA, as much as 25% of all recycling is contaminated and cannot be recycled. And in 2021, EPA released its National Recycling Strategy. I don't know if any of you are familiar with that, if you've read EPA's National Recycling Strategy, but one objective of that strategy was to reduce contamination in the recycled material stream. EPA outlined a strategy to reach a 50% recycling rate by the year 2030. And one key measure of that strategy is to reduce the contamination rate of recyclable materials. So whenever I read those things and I hear those things, and we get feedback to the community, we want to look at our program. We want to see the things that we're doing wrong. We want to know what can we do better, and we ask ourselves those questions. So contamination, everybody deals with it. You have a box spring mattress on top of a container that's supposed to be for newspaper. We've got, plastics that we don't currently accept that's been thrown in with our plastic bin. Familiar pictures, I'm sure, for everyone that's in the industry. So Modoc Nation, our MRF, our material recycling facility, we dispose of 7 tons of non-recyclable for every 50 tons recycled. So not terrible numbers. Again, just some pictures of the things that we have to deal with, the sorting process. We don't have sort lines. We sort everything by hand. We dig into the bin, we pull it out, and sort it pretty manual that way. But 7 tons for every 50 tons recycled is what we dispose of. So in 2023, we wrote a grant to the EPA. It was a solid waste grant. We received funding for that grant with these 3 goals in mind. The first goal was to conduct a waste characterization of our current residential drop-off program. Goal number 2 was to conduct market research on those items that we currently did not accept for recycling. And then goal number 3 was to establish a more thorough education program that addresses the concerns of the community. Community feedback is so vitally important in our programs that we are operating. So goal number 1, I'm just going to kind of walk you through these and just kind of talk a little bit briefly about them, and then at the very end I want to get to our study and the numbers and the data from that. But purpose, to reduce contamination of recycled material stream. Source number 1, this is broken down into 2 sources. Waste characterization study on Modoc Nation material recycling facility, because that's our drop-off facility only. We don't do any residential curbside pickup. All of our residential recycling is dropped off right at our location. And then source number 2 was a waste characterization study on travel hub and spoke system, and I'll talk about that here in just a moment. The first thing we did was we designated an area. We had a warehouse that was connected to and adjacent to our facility. We cleaned that out. We lined up the 2x4s. We put hooks in those 2x4s. We got super sacks. We hung the super sacks. We created an alleyway where we could sort, and that was the space that we set up. It worked out great for us. Once that super sack was full, or once we completed that characterization, we were able to just pull that bag, take it to our scale, and weigh that material. So goal number 2, conduct market research on items that we currently do not accept. We had the 3 media, the items that we currently accept, our targeted potential items, the ones that we weren't currently accepting, and then the trash. We wanted to report that trash, how much was going out and how much was being recycled. This was just a waste analysis, field data sheet, created this, name, source, currently accepted items. At the very top, those targeted potential items, like I mentioned, the 3 through 7 plastics, the glass, the styrofoam, and then the trash. We would label everything trash that obviously that we couldn't take for recycling. And a lot of times it was wood waste, it would be food waste, it would be a lot of trash bags and a lot of like dog food sacks and things like that. But we would write every item out that we wasn't currently taking on that list. And you guys in the industry know you get some crazy stuff dropped off after hours at a recycle center. So it'd be fun to go back and read some of those later on. And then goal number 3 was to establish that more thorough education program addressing those concerns. We had public meetings with tribal council, city officials, concerned citizens, just engaging the community. It was having those conversations. What are their concerns, listening to the feedback. And we had trainings, we call them recycle right trainings, working with our tribal partners, working with our tribal citizens, developing those education materials, encouraging educational activities, and just giving guidance on types of plastics. People don't, we can't just assume that they know the codes of plastics. They get confused with plastic. Plastic recycling is confusing to most people, but that was goal number 3 of our grants. So I just want to throw these in there. These were some of the survey questions that we asked our citizens. And like I said earlier, feedback is so very important, because you get feedback and it kind of surprises you sometimes what people will give to you. But we'd ask them, how often do you recycle? Do you find it difficult to recycle? What challenges do you face? Where do you normally take the recycling? Those are just some of the questions that we asked them. And these are some of the answers that we had received back. Better labeling on bins, not familiar with what's accepted. Folks wanted us to expand. What do we do with our hazardous waste? Educate on rinsing bottles. There was an elderly woman that was so adamant about rinsing bottles, and that's what she talked about. Just education on different types of plastic. We had several people that is requesting curbside service from us and want us to be able to offer that service. But it's just taking that feedback and just kind of putting that in the back of your mind and just being able to address the concerns of the community. So waste stream analysis, this is our data, this is our information. This is our drop-off location. This is our facility in Miami. This is where all the residents bring their recyclable materials. This is our analysis. This is our waste characterization of that specific facility. So this is just kind of a quick overview. We pulled bins from weekends of non-supervised drop-off. We did a total of 12 analysis, 2 to 10 bins per analysis. It was pretty random on how many bins we would pull. Total of 48 bins, took a total of 46 hours to complete. If you've ever done a waste characterization or a waste analysis or waste audit, they are labor intensive. And I probably got myself out there a little bit too far when I committed to a certain amount of waste audits. But when you write a grant and you commit to EPA and say, we're going to do this many, then you have to do that many. So I probably stretched it a little bit too far, because every time we would pull a waste audit or a trailer would come in, and like, we need to audit that trailer, it was like, oh no, here we go again. But they are so labor intensive when you're digging through every single piece of trash. I just want to point out the trends. The cardboard was kind of low, but I just want you to notice the spikes in plastic. The 1s and 2s. And when I look at that, I think we're educating good. We take number 1 and 2, and we're getting a lot of those. And it kind of drops off, and then it spikes again at that 3 through 7. And it's those, those community members that maybe they're not familiar with the 1 and 2, maybe they're not familiar with the codes, maybe they're not reading the codes. So we're getting the 3 through 7, and then the big spike in the trash. So I put that in there because I wanted us to see the trends, and this helped us when we was able to go back and look at this. This may be kind of hard for you to read, and I wrote it out and added it up, but this is just my spreadsheet that I kept just for myself. The currently accepted items, the targeted items, and then the trash. So with the material recycling facility alone, we characterized 3,500 pounds of waste, and 500 pounds of that was trash. So this kind of gives you an idea. So we consider trash anything that we weren't collecting at the time, or anything that we wasn't accepting at the time. Waste stream analysis number 2, this was our tribal neighbors hub and spoke. I'm going to talk just briefly about this before I move forward. We have these tribal nations that are our neighboring partners in our county. And these trailers that you see up here, those tribes have purchased those trailers. They will house them at their convenience stores. They will house them at their casinos. They will house them at their tribal headquarters. And they will collect those items in those trailers, and then that material comes to our facility. So it's like a hub and spoke with these other tribal nations. So I always want to make sure that we give credit to them, the Ottawa tribe, the Lima Nation, the Papaw Nation, the Peoria tribe, and the Seneca Nation. Again, these are all our tribal neighbors. We all share the same county. We're all working together for the same cause. We did audits on these trailers. And these aren't main trailers, and we get a lot of crazy stuff in these trailers. I mean, you guys can imagine what might come in those. So with the travel hub and spoke, we did 31 trailers, 4 to 10 bins for analysis for total of 124 bins. We really felt like this was a big concern for us. So we did a lot more characterization studies on these trailers versus just our drop-off site. So 7 trailers was designated for cardboard only, and for the most part, it was pretty clean. There was just some mild contamination in those. So if you look at the graph on this one, obviously the cardboard side, because of those 7 trailers that were cardboard only, and you drop down, and then again, you see those same spikes. You see the spikes in the 1 and 2. It drops off, you see a little bit of spike in the 3 through 7, and then you see that huge spike on the trash end. This was the travel trailers, and I know you can't read that, so for the hub and spoke waste characterization, we sifted through 11,000 pounds of material, and 760 pounds of that was trash. And that's just kind of rough estimates. I mean, we weigh everything, so it could be kind of give or take a little bit, but that's just with the travel hub and spoke, the recycling trailers, that was the numbers on that. So lessons learned, what are we missing? And I tell people all the time, thankful that EPA gave us this grant funding. We learned a lot from this, just the things that we were doing wrong within our own facility. And, what can we do better? Those were the questions that we wanted to answer. And ACP number 2 color. You look at those right there and you think, well, they're both number 2, but, if you flip them over, and I don't know if you can see it from back there, but the one on the right is number 2, the one on the left is number 1. Both of these were getting put into our number 2s. So that's a lesson learned right now, from the beginning for us. We were contaminating the recycling stream from our source. So we was mixing those 1s with 2s because they both were detergent, they both kind of look like a number 2. You can see the difference in the plastic from the picture, but those were some things that we learned. Go to another picture, HCP natural. Milk gel obviously the number 2 natural. The ice cream tub is actually a number 5. Those were getting put in with our number 2 naturals. That's something that we taught on our end, something that we learned. This was a lesson learned for us. Thermoform plastic, clamshells. Well, this is something that, as we got to digging around and looking a little bit closer, a lot of these are number 1s. These were going in our trash. We was just throwing these away. People would drop them off, but they were going in our trash. So I thought, well, wait, these are number 1s, but can they be put with our bottles? So we reached out to our buyer and want to make sure that we could put those in there. And she said we could if it was, a certain percentage. And again, it just depends on what your market is, depends on who your buyer is, and just things like that you have to think about. But these things were getting thrown away, and other things we had found out. So just a couple more slides, and then I'll open up for questions. This was outside of our facility. One of the things that we were also able to do with this grant funding was we were able to get new bins put out front for our residents. So it went from having these, we've had these for a long time. Obviously you can see the labels were coming off of these bins. The plastic totes, they were just wide open for people to throw stuff in. So we was able to use a little bit of money to purchase some new bins to put out front. And these are the new bins that we have. And you always want things to look presentable, but you want them to be user-friendly. And these are probably more presentable than they are user-friendly. Some elderly people have complained that the opening's a little bit too high. Me and my crew, we complain because sometimes it's hard to get that super sack out from inside those. Because the doors open on the front of those, and you pull the super sack and we dump it and we can just put the super sack right back in. It's not a terrible process, but just having the clear labels, the clear language, the pictures has helped out a lot, especially on the can side. A lot of times we get aluminum and tin mixed up, more labor intensive to sort, but it's better. Most of the aluminum is aluminum, most of the tin is tin, as a result of having these bins. So again, that's the end of my presentation. and that's my contact information, so, questions?
If my math was right, your contamination rate's about 14%, which is really, really good.
Yes.
And you have looks like a twofold approach. One is a heavy education, but a lot of hands-on too. Is one of them seem to you to be more effective than the other, or is it just equal effort? Just a good tool for everybody else would be, which one do you really hard focus on?
I think they're both equally important, but what I always come back to, and I always, education is important, but I think it's the more hands-on sorting that we do, that makes our material a little bit cleaner. And I often think a lot of times, because I get frustrated, if I see 7 tons of material going to landfill, that makes me upset. I get angry about that, I don't like that. And I often think that we're throwing a lot of stuff away, that we're sending a lot of stuff to the landfill, but I'm finding out that our contamination rate is not that bad. And I think it's just, we're a small scale MRF, so the sorting that we do, even though it's kind of old school, we do a lot of pouring it out on the floor and kicking it around and stuff. It's more hands-on. It's not coming in commingled as much. We try to promote source separation in our education process. So when people are collecting their recyclables at home, we're asking them, just put your plastic in this bag and put your newspapers in this bag and keep your cardboard separate. So I think that's helpful for us as well too. We try to promote those source separation process inside the home, and people do that well. But yeah, thank you. That's a great question.
Were you gonna talk about glass, styrofoam, so 3 things on that list, and you said you were gonna touch on them later?
Yeah, the glass and the styrofoam and the 3 through 7 plastic, those were our targeted items in that characterization study. And we are now currently accepting glass, styrofoam, and number 5 plastic. The number 5 plastic has been kind of a learning curve for us, but I wanted to mention those because those were targeted items. And whenever I do market research, I always make sure that I have more than one market before I start accepting an item. So I have to have multiple markets, because if one market falls apart, you have nowhere to go for that material. So I always make sure I have at least 2, possibly 3 markets for an item before we start accepting that material. But we are accepting the glass, working with New Black Glass. Met those guys last night. Styrofoam, using the foam densifier. Takes a while to get a little bit of styrofoam, I can promise you that. So that stuff melts down to nothing. I got maybe 1 pallet. We've been collecting styrofoam for 6 months now, and I always got 1 pallet. But those are items, thank you all for bringing that up.
Kathy would like to know where you're selling your styrofoam.
Over there, yes. We haven't reached out to anybody, and I don't want to put the Choctaws on the spot here. They're at the back table back there, but I do know they have sold, and he's given me a contact. I don't have that contact. It's memorized, but I do have it in there. I can get a card for you and get that information.
Great.
Another one.
Oh, I was just interested, if other smaller tribes and rural tribes, are interested in this, are aware of this, have reached out, because it seems like it could be replicable in other places.
Yeah, as you talk about as far as the contamination issues with the trade or just the recycling in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, as far as our tribal neighbors, we make them aware of the contamination issues. And it really just comes down to the plastic. And they don't have the labor to put somebody there to supervise those. They're unmanned most of the time. But just working hand in hand with them, I think it's a good model, a good hub and spoke model. And like I said, we always try to make sure that we recognize them because they are part of our process. And this tribal nation is working together in rural Oklahoma. The population of Miami is just under 13,000, so that's the largest community. But all those tribes make up all that land base, so we're able to get those things working with those. And I'll be happy to visit with everybody about that model. it's funny because they'll call me and they're like, we're gonna get another trailer, you know, where can we put it? And they work with us, and we welcome that. So it's been a good relationship and a good model. Bill?
Thanks, Wes, appreciate that a lot. And I just want to say, I appreciate a number of the tribes. I don't work with any tribes, and unfortunately, I don't have a CDIB card, but I appreciate the tribes in Oklahoma. And each of Oklahoma, I know a number of them, and they are all involved in that recycling, and I thank you. Hold on, or really just check out front. They'll be happy to give you information on how to be a member of OKRA. You can talk with Ellen, she has a free moment, but she's going to be up here in just a sec with the current speaker of our next session. It is Eric Pollard. Eric is Air Quality and Clean Cities Manager, Association of Central Oklahoma Governments, and an OKRA member, obviously, an OKRA Advocacy Work Group Chair. And with them is our illustrious Executive Director, Ellen Buster. Come on.
You guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
So, is Representative Waldron in the room? We've been joined by a special guest, Representative John Waldron, represents House District 77, has been a great friend to OKRA. He's not in the room to hear me say that, but that's okay. I will plug his roundtable session to really dive into how to communicate with your legislators, which is something we'll get into a little bit today. If you have participated on a OKRA working group, advocacy working group call, please stand up.
I know who you are, so you better stand up.
Or even if you attended one call. All right, there you go. Invite to anybody who wants to join the calls. You know, sometimes we have 3 people, me and Tracy and Ellen. Sometimes we have 40 for one of our calls. So great group, and I appreciate everyone taking the time to join those. I'm Eric Pollard. For my title there, I work at the Association of Central Oklahoma Governments. We represent 40 cities and counties in Central Oklahoma. Transportation is mostly what I do, but as you all know, the river everything's related. So I've been blessed to be part of OKRA and work more on solid waste in my day-to-day. Fertile Ground is a partner with ACOG on a USDA grant. It's the first USDA grant that our agency has gotten, and we're very fortunate to partner with them. City of Norman, up until recently, on the board with us at ACOG, City of Edmond, and City of Midwest City. So we're blessed to have a lot of leadership for OKRA right here in Central Oklahoma. So I did my commercial for ACOG. So I wanted, since we're after lunch here, I want to do a quick exercise. So everybody raise your hand. Okay. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go through the list of your elected officials and whether you know them or not. So we'll start with an easy one. This is not a trick question. President of the United States. Do you know who the president is? Okay, everybody shout their hands still. Okay, next we got your U.S. senators. You know both of your U.S. senators. Okay. Do you know who the governor is? Good job. Let's see. We'll skip lieutenant governor. Let's go to your state senator. Your state house member. All right. Let's go to, do you know your county commissioner?
City council.
City council member. Okay, and what about, I think I'm gonna get a lot of quotes of this one. School board rep. I don't know I think I also have a Metro Tech rep. So there may be ones that represent Walton. All right. So I want to reiterate the importance of attending this conference. Obviously, you're here, but come back next year. Attend our OKRA events. that I started doing within the advocacy group as my first OKRA conference. I sat at a table with Susan Paddock, former state senator, talking about what issues OKRA can work on in the advocacy space, and has led up to what we just did last week with our interim study on space battery recycling, etc. So I'll get into that more in a minute. And I know the work that Ellen does in going to events, formed a relationship with Representative Tracy Manson, who was our sponsor on that grant. So we just did that interactive exercise. You know your elected officials. So I always harp on this, but you have a residence, place you sleep at night. You have a business or a facility where you operate. So it's important not only to know who your elected officials are, or where you live, but where you work as well. I was talking to Kevin with Green Lion. They recently had Senator Mullen out to tour the facility. It's critical that you're inviting them to your place of work, to show them around, take them on a tour, develop that relationship. Let them know what OKRA is. You don't tell them that, then no one will. So we're here as a resource. We have OKRA Day in the Capitol that we've done the last couple of years, where we go visit every elected official in the Capitol, drop off literature, talk to their legislative assistants, and let them know OKRA here is here as a resource. So fast forward to the work of the advocacy working group. Our work over the last year has really been driven by the people that come to those meetings. So special shout out to Tracy Phillips, who you're going to hear from here a little bit today, Jerry Schuber, Lisa from Fertile Ground, some of the folks that show up on a regular basis. So through those conversations, e-waste was really highlighted as something that we wanted to work on. And this was something that came up with Susan Paddock 2 years ago. She was the author of the Oklahoma Equipment Recovery Act. Was Sarah. And then she was the Senate author on that back in 2008. Tracy Phillips, Ben Rue, very involved in the passage of that legislation. So fast forward to the work of the working group over the last year, talking through that issue. That led to the goal and execution of having an interim study last week. So our speakers for that event were Patrick Riley from DEQ, Katie Bites from OSU, the OSU Sustainability Coordinator, Jerry Schuber from the City of Broken Arrow, and Tracy Phillips with National Solutions. So our speakers did an outstanding job. There is a recording. There are presentations that will be made available. It was last week, so give Ellen a couple weeks here to send all that stuff out. But do take some time to look through those materials. And our speakers just did a fantastic job and represented OKRA very well. So one of the important things that Ellen made sure we did was send follow-up thank you notes to the legislators that were there. Remember the list of legislators we had?
Of course, we had the committee chair. We were in the government modernization and technology committee. And we had Representative Bowman, we had Representative Decker, we had, of course, Representative Branson, we had Representative Roberts, we had Representative Grego, just as in my.
Grego.
Okay. We have Representative Miller, and we have Representative Williams. And they were just great to visit with.
And I think just lastly, we have maybe 5 minutes for questions, but obviously education and advocacy are core to what OKRA does. We've been talking, I think, a lot about taking advantage of funding opportunities that are out there, and of course funding opportunities, whether it's getting at a federal level or local level, are driven by policy. So each of us in the room becoming advocates for the policies that folks in the room identify through the working group or through the conference drives that policy, which then can lead to more funding for things that we care about. And I know there's many folks in the room that write legislation, and so I think one of the outcomes that we're heading towards with the interim study is the potential need to update OKRA. And so come join the advocacy working group to talk more about that and what those next steps look like. So, and of course, the advocacy group, working group, there would be no work without Ellen and the work that she does to support us. So I want to give Ellen a big shout out. I don't know how many Google polls Ellen has done over the last year, but it's a lot. And,
Keep answering them, please, keep answering.
lots and lots of work. So what did I miss?
Nothing.
All right. Any questions about advocacy? Sarah.
So we hear a lot about markets and things like that, and how markets are often driven by policy, right? The EU has extended producer responsibility. Do you have a sense of, is there an appetite in Oklahoma for EPR? Or do you feel like it's maybe gonna go the way of single-use plastics, where one council member in one town says she's interested in getting rid of single-use plastics, and then there's a preemption bill? And maybe it's not a dichotomy, maybe there's someplace in the middle. I'm just curious what your thoughts are.
My thoughts are the average citizen doesn't know what EPR is. Extended producer responsibility. I think at first blush, and this is just my opinion, people are against it because they don't understand it. It is an economic issue. It is not an environmental issue to them. And I found even with our OKRA members, we have people on different sides. Some people want to have a consumer cost to say to buy the widget, and they're responsible for the disposal of it. And other people want manufacturing. So even in our organization, that's one of the great things about OKRA is we can sit down at the table and talk it out. And talk about it together. So I'll let the real expert answer the EPR question. You know, it's alphabet soup, and it's just really hard. Most of us are environmental professionals, and we know what all the initiatives mean. But the people we need to reach and talk to don't. But I think in Oklahoma, it's about the economy and jobs.
I don't know how much I would have to add. I mean, I think it highlights the importance of having working groups, having discussions, seeing, you know, is EPR a four-letter word or not? I don't know. So talking to DEQ, what are they hearing from their state agencies in other parts of the country? What is the waste management? What is the, you know, working through those and hearing what people's thoughts are about it. So I don't know if we probably have different opinions on what the appetite is for saying EPR or not saying EPR and doing EPR. I don't know. Talk to Tracy, talk to Benton later on. Any other questions?
Megan? All right. Any more advocacy questions? Okay. All right, Jerry is next. What do I know about Jerry? Jerry Schubert, Senior, is Director of Solid Waste and Recycling Department, City of Broken Arrow. And Jerry, come on up, tell us what's going on over there.
I'm going to do a shameless plug real quick. When that comes around, please make sure to take the time to vote for Keep Oklahoma Beautiful. I sit on that board too, so I got a shameless plug in there. They do great work, and they're part of our group as well. I'm seeing Ellen walking around. They're an amazing group of people, so make sure to take the time. Please vote for them.
Yeah, meant to mention, we can beat Colorado and Florida here, so.
Yeah, there you go. Oklahoma at the forefront. Okay. So I'm here to talk to you today about one of our programs that we have in the city of Broken Arrow called Trash Patch and Recycle Rally. We're going to have a panel up here a little bit later that discusses hard to recycle items and difficult waste to manage. But one of the things that we do in Broken Arrow that we're really proud of is this program. In my recycling coordinator is Galea Bonner. She's actually in the room, so thank you, Galea, because I have a lot of partners in this room. I'm going to try to make sure I address everybody. Okay, I've got the button. Okay.
The big one.
Okay, all right. So, Trash Bash and Recycle Rally is not new to Broken Arrow. The Trash Bash portion of it had been around for quite a few years. Trash Bash really was an opportunity for our community to go out and actually engage in the prospect of cleaning up waterways and around our HOAs, as well as just arterial streets. One of the things that we pride ourselves in Broken Arrow is that we try to keep the community looking like a place you want to come and visit, a place you want to come and live and do business. And one of the things we do to make sure that happens was we would engage the HOAs, we engage the other community partners to get the area cleaned up through the use of volunteers. And so a lot of our HOA groups and those folks would come together and do that. They did it for years prior to my arrival, prior to Galea's arrival. And at one point, when we both arrived, Galea got there before I did. She said, hey, I'd like to reimagine this and look at it a little bit differently. I totally endorsed it. I think it was a great idea. And so what we wanted to do was incorporate something new into it. And that's where the Recycle Rally came to life. So our Trash Bash got re-engineered in 2021 so that it was a Trash Bash and Recycle Rally. And basically what that was we're going to start to look at items that may be part of our new curbside program. We're getting into the waste stream we didn't want in the waste stream, or we did want to get recycled that hadn't had a real value chain for us to find a way to get them out of the stream and somewhere else. So we started this program. Now the program has a dream team. It's not, I would love to say, City of Broken Arrow, we did it all, we're wonderful. Anybody who is from a municipality knows you're not doing anything by yourself. And if you're doing it in a vacuum, you are going to fail. The quickest way for you to get something to have momentum and get success is to engage other people. One of the people who we dealt with on a regular basis was our Keep Broken Arrow Beautiful affiliate of Keep Oklahoma Beautiful. Now those folks have been doing the Trash Bash portion of this for a long time, already had committee, were working in those areas, and were very interested in building a new program that really had success. So this is our dream team, really. We had BAMA, which is our Broken Arrow Municipal Authority, that's our council. Our city council, we actually have people on the committee who sit in and actually work to this, towards this effort. First it was Scott Udy, and then Lisa Ford. But they engaged the council, they engaged the citizen about this program. Our city manager, if you don't have your city management involved in this program, or any program you decide to build, you're destined to have financial failures because you need resources. So our CMO was big on that. The MET, which is our Metropolitan Environmental Trust, that's the group of people that we use and we're contracted with to do recycling in our community. But they were huge players in us making sure we could get the resources available to this program at the time of the need. And then we had Keep Oklahoma Beautiful, who is one of our awards. You can see the award on the right actually came from Keep Oklahoma Beautiful because we received the Team Builder Award because we were able to build a team within our community and within the groups that were in the region. And then KBAB, obviously our Keep Broken Arrow Beautiful partners, they were already meeting, they were already discussing these things. So for us to make a natural transition into that, it was almost a little too easy, I would say. Galea's smiling because she knows she's put a lot of work in behind the scenes to make that. Me stand up here and say it's too easy, not too easy. So thanks. New Solutions, which was part of our Keep Broken Arrow Beautiful, they're an outside vendor who does trash collection in the Tulsa region. They were huge. Gary Percival was our our connection to that. He sits on the Keep Broken Arrow Beautiful board, but he also was part of New Solutions. And so he was huge in helping us get these things done, as well as, like I said, our Met partners, Bobby, who's in the back, all these, I've got partners all over the place in this room, and nothing gets done without them. And then Broken Arrow Police Department, our Green Country Trash Service, Mandy's not here, but another vendor who does trash service, just like we do, was able to be in the room and help partner in this because they pick up garbage in the city of Broken Arrow. And then the police department, they helped us with traffic controls, they helped us with media outreach, video production, and then they used their partnerships with the county to help us do ammunition collection. We had prescription collection, things like that, hard waste to collect, that you can't collect on your own. You need an authority to do that for you. And then we had all of the volunteers and then outside sponsors. Believe it or not, we don't have all the money in the world. I'm sure any municipality in here feels the same way. So you have the sponsors who are willing to come along and say, hey, I see a value in that. We were able to go to an insurance company, Harmon Insurance, and say, would you sponsor the shredding of that? You look at a bank or an insurance company, who's going to pay out when those documents end up in somebody else's hands and you're dealing with an entity theft? Of course you're going to have those companies. So they have an interest in it. It's a vested interest in those programs. So they were able to sponsor the shredding portion of our bank. So you can't read this, but one of the biggest things that you'll notice is the two largest lines for us were electronic waste, which we're going to get into here a little later, and shredded paper. The two things that people wanted the most was, how do I get rid of my computer so I know it's safely done? And Natural Evolution is our partner in that. And then, and through the Met, we all work together. And then the shredded paper. There's never enough shredding events. I don't care how many you do. We can do one a quarter, we can do one a month. You will still have a line of people wanting not only to have their material shredded, but to stand there. It's a shredder. There's not a lot of excitement there, but they like to see that their material went up into the shredder and it was gone. It's gone. I don't have to worry about it because people are so paranoid about their information disappearing. So to us and the senior community loves this. Absolutely love it. So here's the stats. This is what we had. We had total for this program is 26 hours. We have meetings and things like that, but the event itself, 26 hours for 6 events. The first couple of events we did was 6 hours. We realized that we had people falling off, and it's organic. So you move it around based on what's working, what isn't working. It ended up being a 4-hour event. It starts at 8 in the morning, it's over at noon. So far, we've had 1,822 vehicles go through these lines in the 6 events. We've picked up or have collected over 1,337 tires. We've even received awards. Keep Broken Arrow Beautiful has received an award from DEQ on our tire collections because that's stuff that doesn't end up in the waste stream at the landfill or in the waterways, and that's where they go. We've had volunteers that picked up 563 bags of trash, 141 bags of recycling, and they managed to cover 61 miles over the last 6 events. Total of 88,773 pounds, or 44.39 tons of material that otherwise would have ended up in the waste stream going to the landfill. And for us who deal with the e-waste portion of that, some of that ends up being a hazard that creates problems like electric fires because of batteries. So our model was successful, and we revamped it. We look at it over and over and over again, but it was so successful that through the use of the Met and some of our other partners, we were able to say, hey, look, we have a reproducible model, folks. We would love to try to help you in the region be able to do something similar to what we're doing. So Bixby's had an event, Wasso's had events, Tulsa's been having events forever. They didn't need any pages out of our book. But some of the smaller jurisdictions who hadn't had the resources or understood how to do this definitely did. And they were so excited to have someone who was willing to say, come over and watch our event. If we have to, we'll come over and help with your event. We'll show you how to do it, because regionally, everything that we keep out of the waste stream means we kept it out of all of our waste stream. There's no imaginary fortress around Broken Arrow that says nothing else gets in, nothing else gets out. We realize that we're part of a bigger solution, as well as there's a bigger problem. And to be part of the solution means you have to reach out to other people. So our model has now started to be reproduced by other jurisdictions. So the result was simple, 44.39 tons of material that didn't get added to local landfills. All of these wastes are regulated and may have ended up there if it wasn't for the fact that we had these programs. And our community has now gotten to the point where they recognize every spring and every fall, we're gonna have an event. The only thing that's a challenge to us right now is, as many of you know, we're building an amphitheater in Broken Arrow, the Sunset Amphitheater that's gonna be built at our events park. That's where our event was. It was held at the events park. So now we're having to move that event to our, what's considered our municipal service center. It's where we do all of our truck repairs and all of that. During the weekends, it's really closed. There's not a lot of people there. So we're kind of restructuring the yard, we're moving some things around. And what we did, because we needed partners, we engaged public safety and said, PD, this is what we're thinking. How does this work if we have traffic patterns here instead of over here? How do we do that? Engage all of our Broken Arrow partners, the Keep Broken Arrow Beautiful, all of the folks who provide a service in these events, and walk them through the yard and said, okay, this is how we think this is going to get set up. Now we're going to try it again in a different location. And so we're pretty excited that it's actually going to move the event closer to downtown. And we think that we might actually even see more material now that we're moving the event closer to where people are actually living, not on the outside of town at the events park. So the other thing that's probably the most critical, and I love the fact that we got to talk to one of the representatives today about how to talk to your legislators, the thank yous. The thank yous are the biggest part, and he mentioned it, and I can't reiterate that enough. You gotta go back and remind those folks how valuable their resource was to you and your community. You don't take the time to say thank you, spend a little extra effort and just recognize them, they'll fall out. They won't continue to participate. So it's a little self-serving, but it's a lot of help. They do it out of the goodness of their heart, but they also do it because there's a value to the community. And so when we do these events, when we have these conversations, one of the things we do is we never try to fail to recognize those people and the efforts that they put forward to make sure our events work. And so whenever we do our outreach, any of our event outreach, their names are always at the bottom of that document to say, hey, these are the people who are making this happen. So again, I would say thank you to all of our partners. And if any of you ever come across one of these programs that you'd like to do in your community, we spend time trying to help others build a program. So that's it. Any questions for me? Yes.
You mentioned the new amphitheater,
Yes.
and I know a lot of event spaces don't consider recycling, but are they going to be recycling at the event center?
So the amphitheater, the question is, are they going to recycle at the amphitheater? The amphitheater is a private partner, a private-public partnership, and so we haven't seen their business model yet. Recycling solid waste hasn't seen it. Planning and development has, but we haven't been engaged in their process yet. It is a conversation that I'm looking forward to having with those folks when we get closer towards the final build. one of the things that I did, and it's a great question about how you plan for a community. One of the things I did last year was I asked to be involved and engaged in all of our planning meetings with our TAC team. That's the team that comes ahead and looks at plans to develop communities, our neighborhoods, any of our subdivision maps, any of that. Any of those locations should have a eyeball on them related to recycling, related to structure, how are we going to serve that community as part of a subdivision. One of the things that drives me crazy is when we drive through a neighborhood and they'll put a stub street in and then put a gate there. Well, if you're picking up with side loaders, now I have to leave the neighborhood and go out to an arterial street, come back around to serve the other portion of the neighborhood that's attached. So one of the things that we've done is we've asked, please have us be a participator in this going forward so we can see what your plans look like and help build solid programming. So I'm hoping that at the end, we will actually get to see when they're getting ready to do the final development build, we get to see that. So. Any other questions? Again, I'd like to thank all of our partners who are in this room for all of your extra effort, because if it wasn't happening, we wouldn't be able to do it the way we're doing it. So I'm going to invite Megan, Tracy. Oh, sorry.
We're going to talk more about this. Just to interlude, the bingo card winner is Kathy Bowden. We'll have her name right. Is it Bowden or Bowen?
Ah.
Kathy, B-O-W-D-E-N. Bowden. Kathy. Yeah. All right. There she is. See, Ellen, if she goes out, I believe you get a $100 Visa gift card. How about that? Now, hang on. Here's what we got next. You're gonna love this, because this is where I get to talk extensively. So, who do we need to invite up here? Lindell, Bobby, or is it Tracy? Who else is it? Tracy? Yeah.
Yeah.
Tracy Phillips.
Yeah.
There we go. Myself and Bobby, come on up. We're all gonna talk about our special events, and Jerry's the moderator, so he'll ask us questions.
Here we're going to do this a little more comfortable. So first of all, I'm going to pass the mic down and we're going to do introductions real quick. Some of the things that I've asked for is, what's your name? Where are you from? What community are you serving? And then, your programs, how big are they? How many employees do you have? Just let each one of our participants give you a little bit of background about what they do and how they serve our state of Oklahoma.
Happy to. Megan Waters, and my home group is Keep McAllister Beautiful in McAllister, obviously. It is just celebrated 15 years, and probably 12, thank you, 12 of those 15, we've had cleanups. There's only one employee. We have an excellent board that gets out and works. And we have that would be me, the one executive director employee. So it's very volunteer driven. We have 2 cleanups a year, the entire month of April, I say that every weekend in April, and only 2 weekends in October. How big is this kind of thing? We finally stopped having it on Easter Sunday only because the volunteers would show up and the 2 city workers that ran special equipment really wanted to be with their family. But the citizens of McAllister would show up in droves on a rainy Easter Sunday to drop off the debris and stuff that they did not want. That's how big our event is every year. I don't have some numbers with you, but I know that we keep, one of our partners is indeed Natural Evolution, and Tracy will tell you about that. We also do partnerships that Jerry spoke of, but I can tell you our shred partner is a investment company. Compass Capital Management, and they don't want their documents flipping around either. So, yeah, you can find investors that way, or you can find partners in that company as well.
Tracy Phillips, CEO of Natural Evolution.
Close, sir, close.
Okay. And, let's see, we've got 12 employees right now, and we accept, e-waste from mostly about 4 different states, and then, but we've got Fortune 100 companies that send us everything in the lower 48. So we've been in business for 21 years, and we've got our e-steward certification, ISO 14001 certification, NAID certification, as well as HubZone and Arrow. So.
I'm Bobby Schultz. I'm with the Metropolitan Environmental Trust. I'm the executive director, also known as the MET. We operate, we have 10 municipal governments and 1 county government as part of the trust. And we operate recycling collection centers throughout northeast Oklahoma. And as far as full-time employees, we have 7. But at our collection facilities, we work with agencies to hire adults with developmental disabilities to work there. So we have at any time 75 to 85 different workers at those locations. In addition to running the recycling centers, we do collection events, special collection events for hard to recycle items throughout the year in our different member cities. And we also do education in the classroom and for adults, HOA meetings, civic clubs, that type of thing. We do education.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, I'm not really lazy. I don't have my questions unless they're on my phone, so I'm not doing text messages up here. So I'm going to ask each one of the panel just a couple of questions, and I'll open it up to questions from you because I'm sure you're going to have some. So what is the most challenging item that you deal with in your side of the material management process?
Speaking of our cleanups, as we said, April and October, luckily, and I'm prefacing this with, we also get some grants. We work with the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality, and we get a grant with Union Pacific Railroad. That helps us tremendously because what we find to be the most difficult, the most complicated, is the hazardous stuff. So we have to partner with a company out of Guthrie, Environmental Management, I believe is their name, and that's an expensive truck. If you've done any business with them, they come all the way to McAllister, they come the night before, they stay, and then they set up your truck for 6 hours. And it's now, in the last 2 years, never less than $15,000 for 1 day of that 6-hour collection. It's expensive. They gotta get there, and we're paying fuel too. So there's a lot of things that we have to pay out for that. And that is wildly successful that we have that. I don't know any numbers, and I know in McAllister, I absolutely deal with statistics and numbers, and we tell the public what we've collected. I don't have those numbers with me, but every year, it's the last Saturday of April, that the citizens bring their hazardous materials, and, oh yeah, they got them.
The number 1 issue would be batteries. But right behind that is the things that we don't accept, so contamination issues. We've seen everything from animals, live and dead, hazardous waste, bio-waste, bombs, ammunition, and then chemicals and those kinds of things. So each one of those has its own challenges, but I don't typically associate animals with e-waste or bombs or some other things. So we've seen it all. Ammunition with lithium batteries is never a good thing. I'll just say that up front.
Batteries and e-waste are the worst, but at our collection events, we generally collect medical sharps. That's been something that we've done recently because with people like New Solutions and Gary in the back telling us that haulers have a lot of risk with people just throwing medical sharps in the trash and the risk of their employees getting pricked. I'd say that that's important. And when she talked about ammunition, one thing about this job is it's never boring. We collect ammunition at those events. We had a guy bring a live hand grenade and had to call the bomb department. We had a live mortar round from the Korean War that somebody was using as a doorstop and decided to bring to us, so we had that collected. We had just interesting, big box of Russian-made ammo with Russian writing on the side. I don't even know how you find something like that. So there's always some excitement going there. But as a lot of you will know, lithium battery did $8 million damage to the transfer station in Tulsa a couple of years ago. There's always a risk of a truck catching on fire. That's happened before, and they've had to empty their trucks on the street and put out fires, that type of thing. So I'd say batteries and e-waste are probably the biggest, followed closely by live ammo.
So my next question is, what is your approach to education with your customers? What's the area that you try to educate them the most on?
Okay, we can do that. Well, we try to talk about, at our centers, we collect a lot of things that aren't in curbside recycling. So part of the education we try to do with the public is what they can put into the curbside container and what we can take. We take used motor oil, cooking oil, antifreeze, plastic bags, the regular stuff with cardboard and paper and aluminum and steel cans and glass, but we also take batteries, household batteries, and automotive batteries and those type of things. So it's always an effort to explain to people what we take as opposed to what goes into curbside recycling. And the way we do the education is through social media posts, going into the classrooms, specifically elementary school children, because you need to meet those kids and teach them so it will catch on with them and they'll remember how they grow up. I still remember when I was in elementary school, I think it was Patch the Pony, we had some sort of presentation about nay from strangers stay away. I still don't want to talk to strangers because I learned that in elementary school. But if we can do that with kids and get them started recycling early and doing the right thing, I think that helps.
So I'll just say, we've had to start implementing these. We educate, we have policies, we have procedures, and so we've got a lot of documentation that we share with our customers and are very consistent with that messaging. But we've had to get to a place where we've had to implement some of these certain things. And usually, I will say, our most customers, that those issues get resolved pretty quickly, but occasionally, for whatever reason, it can't. And so we've had to implement some things to, counteract some of that.
I hear you totally. We utilize every facet of promotion in McAllister that we can, obviously on the social media. It's the busiest flyer that we produce every year for April and October, because you need to put all those details on there. We take tires, whether or not we're taking hazardous, whether or not we're doing it, because that's the spring event versus the October event. And they get confused because they don't live in this world like we do all the time. So we very carefully mention what we take, bulk items, and that's what confuses people, but I don't have enough flyer space to put couches, hot water tanks, your freezer, because we have a Freon caretaker for us, metal, all those items on there. So we'll get phone calls constantly, even on the days of the events, they'll call and ask. We utilize radio and newspaper and as many conversations as we can when we hand out our flyers. And at the same time, I'm, being the main employee, only employee, I'm on the gate 90% of the time when they come in with their items. And we have basically just an internal page, so I can take and write down their address, that they're, what their items, and especially singling out those specialty items, so I can direct them, well, tires go over here, we need to put your metal here, electronics over here, so we can, what we are able to recycle, we do. The bulk of it is bulk trash, debris, because I'm not gonna do anything with that mattress, unfortunately, but we try to direct those, and hopefully education's been pretty good, because I think we're able to send, our electronics are fairly clean. A lot of TVs involved with that, because where else are we gonna put those flat screens, but we do at least have them less contaminated than some.
All right, thank you. So I think I'll start with Tracy on this one. If you could train this group to carry your message, what would the most important thing be that they could carry or share with other people?
I would say, know who you're doing business with. That's the number one thing. Make sure that you're using a certified recycler, and there are options in the state, so do that. Where your material goes it matters. And there's a lot more that can be recycled, so definitely ask the questions. Appreciate all those questions of, can we do this? And 'cause there's a lot more out there than what we think. Everything's changing very constantly, and so there's a lot more opportunities of things to recycle.
I agree 100% everything she said right there. Know who you're selling your items to, or who you're giving your items to. Know your partners well. Know what you're doing, what they're doing with the product. Because the public will ask you. The public certainly asks us, really, what are you doing with those electronics? Where did they go? I have to be able to tell them, and they're certified that they're going to take care of their computer parts. And that's often asked, where are the tires going? So know who your people are. That's absolutely true, and be willing to talk to the citizens as often as you can.
Well, I'd say to make sure that people know, for each of you, which I'm sure you do already, encourage all the people you know to start recycling if they haven't been recycling. And I think they'll learn very quickly that they can make an impact with very little effort by keeping things out of the waste stream. I think that's important, and when we talk about knowing who you're working with, we actually keep a list of where all of our items that we collect go. We try to keep as much as we can in Oklahoma, with the exception of the plastic Walmart bags, Dollar General store type bags. We bail those, and those go to Arkansas. But we try to keep everything in Oklahoma, and we work with Natural Evolution to make sure that all of the electronics are disposed of correctly and nothing ends up in the landfill.
Okay, I got one more, and then I'm going to open it up for you folks to ask some questions as well. So what tools, existing or maybe some that would be proposed, would help you with your mission?
On ours, it's often the funding. Luckily, we do have a lot of that funding right now, because you have to pay to get rid of these things. Of course, DEQ does have this, the tire program. Check with Oklahoma DEQ and find out how the tire program could work for you, because it does exist out there. We have to pay to have electronics hauled off. It's just, that's where we are. That's what we do. We have those hazards. We have the shred truck we have to pay for. So finding and cultivating those partners are very important for us, that want to help and that believe in what we're doing.
I would say more community support and education of citizens, just in general. We have a lot of opportunities to recycle. We have a lot of infrastructure within the state that can be developed and expanded. But if we're all not making that commitment, then it's like we make grains of progress, and we really need to be committed to move that needle as a whole.
police department's involved. We have a group called SHOTS that takes those medical sharps. We have the police department take ammunition and medications. We work with companies to come out and help us with tires and keeping the costs low, making recycling easy, and having collaboration is the way for us to continue to be successful.
All right, excellent. I'd even add one, and that's an attitude of the public. I know for us in Broken Arrow, one of our biggest challenges is when we developed our recycling program, our curbside recycling program, we allow people to say, oh, I don't want, I like just throwing bags on the street and let them just pick them up. And it's counterproductive, and it makes it impossible to sort or get any of that material out. And so just a change in attitude overall for the public so that they understand that a simple thing like putting the aluminum can in the plastic container and at the curb so that we can collect it and recycle it is huge. So I open it up to anybody here. Any questions for this panel? Yes, sir.
One of the things that Katie Bites highlighted in her presentation at the end of her study was challenges around surplus events. And I wonder if any of you have examples of like how you use those as a way to capture. Probably, if it doesn't sell, surplus sell, the next stop is the landfill in a lot of those cases.
Great question. Eric mentioned that Katie Bites had actually discussed this with the legislators that materials that we collect in events are sold at surplus or materials that are collected at different organizations like OSU or OU or City of Broken Arrow are sold at surplus. Is there some other method to get rid of that material or have it find recycling homes? So
That's what you want.
Yes.
You know, I'm probably not the right guy to answer that because the Met, we're only allowed to deal with residential type things. We can't take any kind of commercial materials. And that even goes to when we do those collection events, we collect tires, we have to put on the flyer limited to 10 tires because technically if you have more than that, you have to have a special permit and all. There's a way to do it, but it isn't with the Met, and I'm sorry that that's the case.
Also, what was the live animal that someone was? What was the live animal?
We had cats, both alive and dead. Skunk that traveled 2 different states. And it was not happy. And it was not happy. That was the day. There was a cleaning fee involved.
I would say that because of our specialized events, I've had other communities ask us how we do not get these items. Part of it is because we have it fenced up, very carefully fenced up in our former National Guard Armory, that is also utilized the rest of the year as McAllister recycling location. But we utilize it, so when we shut the gates, all of the bins are inside. And I told them, well, if you tried it just in a section of town and you left that bin out all night, you could get a dead horse, or maybe a live horse, I'm not sure. But that's the way, one way is to protect the bin so it can't be seen after hours, unattended.
Yeah, can I tell a story real quick?
Absolutely.
He's got one too.
No. We've had animals dropped off, but I think the weirdest thing that's happened at our locations is we always have porta potties at our locations. Somebody came in and stole our used porta potty one night. Now, if I was going to steal something, a used porta potty wouldn't be real high on the list, but they were kind enough to leave us a dead dog rolled up in carpet and put into our glass roll-off. So every day is a new adventure.
I hate to do it, but I ran a transfer station prior to my life here. And I actually had a possum come through once. We had a sorting line, it was a dirty MRF. So for those of you who aren't familiar with a MRF, I mean, obviously it's for sorting material out of recycling, but this was a dirty MRF. And then we were sorting recycling out of the trash. So somebody pushed this possum up the line, and it rode up the line. This thing's alive. Everybody thought he's got to be dead because he has an oath, but he rode up the line, rolled off the top of that belt, and down the shaker table, just kind of doing this all the way down the shaker table. And everybody who went to go pick something up saw him and pulled back. He went through the entire system, and the final belt was 400 yards to take the material back, to dump it back into what was going to go to the landfill. He went down there, you just saw him riding the belt all the way down, just looking at people and chewing his teeth. He looked like he was smiling, but he was not. And he got to the end and fell off the end and rolled down the pile, got up, did one of these numbers and just walked off. It's like a roller coaster. I thought he was going to go back and get on again. You see it all in this business. So any other questions for this panel? Yes, ma'am.
For the Callister collection, your hazardous waste, are you collecting all hazardous waste, chemicals, and paints, and pesticides? What are the most common things?
Our hazardous day is household hazardous waste, so chemicals, motor oil, fluorescent bulbs, prescription drugs. We will send batteries to them because they will take ammo up to a certain size, and I forgot, but they tell the citizens if they bring stuff out, which ones they will take. Sharps, when I say prescriptions, both liquid and pill form, which helps because there's not an easy way to get rid of liquids too. So they're pretty comprehensive on theirs. Old gasolines, propane tanks, or helium tanks, those are always famous and popular. I think that's everything they take. Sounds right.
So one company takes all of that?
One company takes all?
Yeah, they're out of Guthrie. Environmental management. One thing they did not take, we had a call, it was not, someone did not bring it to us, but someone had bought a business that had a leftover x-ray machine in it. So we called them and said, hey, we got this person asking about it, and they cannot, they had to go to medical. So they did not take the x-ray machine.
So the other thing you can do, the reason that RX materials are such a big deal is if they end up in the water stream, they end up in your wastewater treatment facility. And that creates conflict when they're trying to do collection and treatment of that material. So in some jurisdictions, if you're from a municipality, there's a really good opportunity to partner with your wastewater treatment facilities and talk to your utility that's managing that about helping with those programs. So sometimes they can help fund some of those programs. I've actually partnered with wastewater treatment in the past to get the drugs and sharps out of the waste stream because they end up in the sewer and somebody ends up either getting pricked by the needle while they're doing clean out of an elevator, or the drugs themselves become a problem in their wastewater treatment process. So just a little extra knowledge for those of you who have wastewater treatment facilities and want to partner with someone. Any other questions for this board? Yes, ma'am.
Not really a question, but more of a couple plugs. I'm glad you guys mentioned sharps and pharmaceuticals, because those are, some difficult waste streams that we don't want in the trash or down the drain. And if you're really interested in the subject, we have a work group, Oklahoma Meds and Sharps Disposal Committee. So you're welcome to join or come and ask your questions, and we have resources and stipends and whatnot. So let me know if you're interested. And then also, DEQ Solid Waste Management Grant Program has a specific grant for collection events, dedicated funds for communities to host collection events. So definitely the application window is going to open December through February. So look out for that.
Yep, and I will tell you that we have been the recipient of awards from DEQ for our programs as well, and they are fantastic. So thank you for reminding us, but definitely a plug for DEQ. They do good work when it comes to getting grant dollars into our hands. Any other questions for this group? Okay, thank you.
Let's see what we still have to cover. We are just about done with things, I think. Thank you all for your expertise, Jerry, Tracy, and Bobby, all of you. We appreciate that. You know, top, turn the page and see where we are. We got the winner on the, that will be Joe Hooper. Joe Hooper, you still Hooper, Skokie Creek Nation Environmental Services. You get another, is it $100 gift card, is that right, Ellen?
Yeah.
For staying to the end, see?
I need your.
Worth your time, it is, we're gonna thank some sponsors.
Just have it mailed to your house.
Always thank your partners, your sponsors, you bet. Oakland Department of Environmental Quality, Chickasaw Nation, Oklahoma Compost and Sustainability Association, OKRA, Backliner Recycling, Cherokee Nation, Great Pacific, Keep Oklahoma Beautiful, Cox Conserves, American Waste Control, Choctaw Nation, Indian Nations Chapter Swana, Natural Evolution, Rand Products, River City Hydraulics, J&R Equipment, they went through the beautiful months, by the way, I won one of those. Echo Wood Solutions, they make the beautiful bowls that are presenters, right? Nope, you're right, sorry. Oklahoma Cooperative Extension Services, Chapel Supply and Equipment, River City Hydraulics, Brandling Wood Event Consulting, Fertile Ground Cooperative. Thank you all. And our exhibitors grant a lot. The Met, OKASA, Show Inc., Fertile Ground Cooperative, Chapel Supply, get it out right. J&R Equipment, Keep Oklahoma Beautiful, Natural Evolution, Rand Products, Indian Nation Chapter Swana, and River City Hydraulics. So we got the, thank you to those. We appreciate you. We got the winner of the bingo cards taken care of, the winner of the name tags taken care of. Please remember to fill out the conference survey. This is how we make changes ourselves. You tell us how it went. It doesn't take long. QR codes in the program. There's a link to it on the OKRA website or the 2024 conference page. Thank you, everyone. Don't forget OKRA's next Lunch and Learn will be coming up October 24th, all about e-waste ethics and solutions. Information is on the OKRA website, and you can scan the QR code at the registration desk. Thank you all. Please be safe going home.